So today what we are doing analytical procedures. Okay, so analytical procedure ka the essay number is 520. The weightage of the chapter would be like 3 to 6 marks. 3 mark is your MCQ ka part, and 3 mark is your descriptive ka part. It can go for 6 also. So I think there are 7-8 questions which you should know when you're doing AP. So the first question is, what is the definition of AP? So AP means when it's a procedural essay. It's not a reporting essay. When you're performing the audit, auditor can use this technique. It's basically your level of satisfaction. The auditor have to give reasonable assurance, so he has to obtain some level of satisfaction. So my first question is, what is AP? So this is basically evaluation of some financial information through analysis of predictable relationship. The definition, the word predictable is also called as plausible relationships. Okay, plausible means predictable relationship between both financial and non-financial data. So this is an important correct incorrect. So in AP you compare what? I can compare financial with financial, non-financial with non-financial, financial with non-financial, non-financial with financial. I can compare either of it. Like for example, if I am saying cost of a salary, like employee ka salary. Okay, so if employee ka salary is there, I can compare that on month to month basis, quarter on quarter basis. So I'm comparing financial information. I can compare the type of employees, like skilled ka how much is the salary, unskilled ka how much is it. So I'm comparing financial and non-financial, like type of labor I'm comparing. So I can compare financial as well as non-financial data. Now APs also encompasses investigation. Like say I can assume 5 to 10% there would be variance, there would be changes, there would be variances. Okay, APs also encompasses such investigation which is necessary to identify fluctuations or relationship which are inconsistent with other relevant information or which differ from the expected value by a significant amount. Now for example, if I'm saying 10% ka adjustment, there will be there, definitely 10% upside and downside will be there. But if I'm finding 11%, 12%, 15%, it is exceeding my expectation. So what I do, I will have to perform more things. I have to perform more procedures there. Okay. Now, if you have written it, please cancel this point. Next point, it's just pure repetition. This point. No. Okay. Cool. Third, AP includes consideration of comparison of entities' financial information with, like for example, you can compare prior period, you compare the current year with the prior period, you compare anticipated results. What is anticipated result? That's budgets, forecast. You compare similar industry information like your competitor, your client with the competitor of your client. So this is basically an example. So your answer gets over here. Okay, this is the first question. What is AP? Short note directly. Timing of AP. So when to use AP? You have to use AP every time. You have to use AP in all phases of audit. How many phases are there? 3 phases are there. PTC. It is also again correct, incorrect. PTC. Planning, testing, completion. Planning, testing, completion. PTC. Planning, testing, completion. Now, when you understand the entity ka business, so obviously you will have to do audit. So when you have to do audit, you will understand the entity ka business. When you're understanding entity ka business, you have to plan first. So you will plan. Acha, I have to go for stock audit. How many types of stock are there? Oh, they have raw material, WIP, FG. Oh, they have fixed assets. How many types of fixed assets is there? Machine is there, land and building is there. So you will plan, right? So in planning phase, APs assist the auditor in understanding the client ka business and identifying the area of potential risk, because if stock is there, so definitely there would be some fraud. So if they work in cash, like if they work maximum in cash, so definitely so there will be some cash shortages, cash leakages there. By indicating the aspects and developments in the entity's business of which he was previously unaware. What I was unaware, when I do AP, I'll come to know, acha, so many stocks is there, so many type of stock is there, so I need to perform more procedure. They do maximum kind of thing in cash transaction, like of the sales, 20% is through banking, 80% is through cash sales. So in cash, obviously I have to perform more procedure, I have to go for detailed check. So this is another question where we say, sir, when do you use AP? We use AP in all phases of audit. All means 3 phases, PTC, planning, testing, completion. In the module, only planning card explanation they have given. So we conclude the answer here as, this information helps the auditor in determining NT. I said when you see cash that you have to perform more procedure in detail, you will check. APs in planning, the audit uses both financial as well as non-financial information. Always remember, AP would be used for both planning and non-planning. Financial and non-financial. Okay. So first question was, what is AP? Second question was, what is the timing of audit? You use it in all phases of audit. 3 phases are there: planning, testing, completion. In module, only planning explanation is given. Then, how are APs used as substantive test? Very, very, very important answer. Shreya. So when you have to use AP, you will consider Shreya. Shreya. Okay, what is Shreya? So determination of suitability of particular SAP, substantive analytical procedure. Now, for example, if you are auditing a hotel, so hotel ka revenue is there, sales ka figure, assume 10 crores are there. Now in 10 crores, sir, I can check the vouchers, I'll check the sale ka bill, receipts, everything, I'll match it with the bank statement. Agreed. But I want to understand how this sale have come as 10 crores. So what I can do, I can compare different types of hotels, so different types of rooms, deluxe, super deluxe, suite. I can compare weekend ka rate with non-weekend ka rate. I can compare season ka rate with non-season ka rate, right? So I'm performing a SAP out here, which is I'm comparing the hotel with the occupancy rate and the vacancy rate. Now imagine if I'm comparing a coaching academy, okay, any coaching academy. So I can't use that AP in coaching academy, right? I have to use different AP. What is that different AP? So number of students you can compare with the fees, type of students like CA, CS, CMA ka student. In CA also you can compare foundation with inter with final. So you use different kinds of AP. So what AP has to be used, it depends upon the judgment of the auditor. That's heart of the auditor. So determining the suitability of particular SAP, seeking into account the ROM. ROM what? Risk of material misstatement and test of details if any. Full stop. Okay, this is the only point. So first point is Shreya mein S, suitability of SAP. R, reliability of the data. This we have discussed it long back. See, if the data is coming through a BCom graduate or through coming to a chartered accountant, which is more reliable? Which one is more reliable? Coming through a chartered accountant. Okay, when the system, so even the data is coming through a Excel system or through SAP system, which is more reliable? So you can talk. Which system? SAP. Okay. So if the data is reliable, your AP would definitely be reliable. Okay. It says evaluate the reliability of data. The next point says evaluate the reliability of which the auditor expects of record amounts or ratios is developed. Reliability of data can be evaluated by following. Again, this is another question. SCNC. Reliability of data is influenced by SCNC. Important question. Please mark that. So one question is Shreya. The other question is SCNC. Okay. So what is S? Source of the information available. Like information will be more reliable if it is obtained outside entity. Like inside se zyada outside pe you will rely. C, comparability of the information available. Like I can compare my client ka data with the entity. And nature and relevance of the information. Like when the budgets have been established as a result to be expected rather than goals. Like budget is like you have to do according to the budget. It's not your goal there. Controls. If ICS is there, my data would be more reliable. So the code is SCNC. Source of information available, nature of the information available, comparability of the information available, controls over preparation of information available. Okay. Now E, you will develop an expectation of the required amount. Sir, I know that 10% difference would be there. So this is my expectation. Now imagine 13% difference is there. So it is crossing my expectation, right? So what I will do, I will further investigate. So determine the amount of difference of the recorded amounts from the expected value, and that is acceptable without any further investigation. So 10 ka assume 11 has come, so I can adjust that. But if it is 15%, my expectation was 10% ka difference would be there, but it is exceeding way beyond, I have to further investigate. So the code is SREA, SREA. Suitability of SAP, reliability of data, development of expectation, and A is acceptable difference. In reliability of data, there's one more question, SCNC, reliability of data, SCNC. Okay. Now, sir, if I have performed AP, but I am not satisfied, okay, now I've got some mistakes out there. What will I do? I will investigate. Okay, this is a question which was there in the module also, I think. Now, if APs are performed as per SA 520, which identify certain fluctuations or relationships that are inconsistent, like sir, marketing expenses you have incurred, but sales have fallen down. You have purchased the goods, but sales you have not done. Okay, the data is coming as inconsistent with other information or which differ from expectation by a significant amount. What will you do? So the auditor will investigate such differences. How would you investigate? Sir, I would investigate by inquiring with the management. By inquiring, will ask with the management and obtain appropriate audit evidence relating to management responses, or you will perform other audit procedures. Now, can you tell me what would be the other audit? How many procedures are there in India? How many procedures are there? Two. What are two procedures? Test of controls and test of details. TOC is compliance procedure, TOD is substantive procedure. Okay. Now, so this was the fourth question. So you will investigate by, first you will investigate by inquiring with the management, obtaining appropriate audit evidence. Number 2, performing other audit procedure as necessary in the circumstances. Fourth question again important. Fifth, sir, what are the techniques used to obtain psi while using AP? 1 second. If I ask you what are the techniques used to obtain psi, that's it, only this much. How do you obtain audit evidence? What are the techniques to obtain audit evidence? Core ICA, that's perfect. Now, when you say techniques used by auditor to obtain psi while using SAP, so we say TRS, TRRS, TRS, TRRS. What is TRS? P is trend analysis, R is ratio analysis, again R is reasonableness test, and one more S is a structural modeling, TRRS. So trend analysis, ratio analysis, reasonableness test, structural modeling. Okay, trend. So what will you do? So I will obtain AP. I will obtain psi for AP by doing trend. Sir, sales generally have to be increasing. So if sales are increasing, sir, my purchase will also increase. So I can establish a trend there. So it's the most common technique used. It is basically comparing the data with prior period. Always compare the data with prior period in trend. Okay, correct, incorrect, MCQ. Okay, or with a trending 2 or more prior period balances. Now the exact opposite is ratio. No, exact opposite is your reasonableness test. So unlike trend analysis, this AP does not rely, this was there incorrect. This AP does not rely on the events of prior periods. Like reasonableness test, if in a hotel I have to check occupancy rate and vacancy rate. In a classroom, in a coaching academy, I have to check number of students. Maybe like a trader, I will compare the number of units he has sold. So it says it does not rely upon the events of prior period. In trend, you rely on prior period. In reasonableness test, you don't rely on prior period. Okay. But you rely upon the financial data for the audit period under consideration. For example, occupancy rate to the estimated rental income. Now, other one is ratio analysis. It is used for analyzing asset, liability, income, expenses. It can be compared over time onto the ratios of separate entities within the group or with the ratios of other companies. Debt equity ratio, capital ratio, ROC, ROI, you can compare that. Then last one is structural modeling. So you draw a diagram, pie diagram, pie diagram, bar graph, then historical graph, standing bar diagrams. So a modeling tool that constructs a statistical model from financial as well as non-financial data of prior accountancy period is called as structural modeling. Okay, TRRS, trend, ratio, reasonableness test, structural modeling. One correct, incorrect is there. You have to do it from model page 8.20. Chapter is over. So one chapter we have done. This is AP. Don't skip it. It's important. There was a question in November 22 in the paper. We'll do that immediately. One second. This is a question on page 8.4 in the module. They had asked this question: what are the examples of AP having consideration of relationship? If it is not written in your notes, please write somewhere. Read module page 8.4 examples of AP. Read module page 8.4. 8.4 examples of AP having consideration of relationships. Having consideration of relationships. Okay. Now, what are these examples? So you can write anything. Like they're talking about AP having consideration of relationship. Like marketing is linked to sales. Sales is linked to debtors. Okay. So it says among elements of financial information that would be expected to confirm a predictable pattern based on entities' experience, such as gross margin. You can compare GP margin with sale, NP with sales. Then between financial and non-financial, for example, payroll cost, my salary to number of employees. So I'm comparing financial as well as non-financial. So there's a relationship. So you have to give examples of relationship for APs. Okay. Chapter is over. So now what we're revising is we're revising a chapter which is called as audit report. Okay, audit report chapter will be helpful for your MCQ ka part. Okay, MCQ ka part plus correct incorrect part. MCQ plus correct incorrect. Now, so here there are 4 essays: 700, 701, 705, 706. 700 talks about forming an opinion on the and reporting on financial statement. 701 talks about communicating key audit matter in the independent auditor's report. 705 talks about modification to the opinion in the independent auditor's report. 70 talks about EOM, that's emphasis of matter para and other matter para. Okay, so only for the purpose of MCQ you need to remember this chapter. Descriptive may they can ask you opinion para, probably they may ask you opinion para, which is like very rare, very rare. Okay, now when I say forming an opinion and reporting on FS, forming an opinion and reporting on FS. Now see, so basically opinion are of two kinds. Please check the notes whether you have rectified it or not. This side is unmodified, this is modified. In unmodified, because in the notes the student has written modified this side, this is unmodified, but ideally this is unmodified. It is basically clean or unqualified. Like when you go and do audit, the financial statements are giving true and fair view. When the financial statements are giving true and fair view, as an auditor, what you will say? The opinion is unmodified, the opinion is clean, the opinion is unqualified. Okay. Now, when you talk about modified opinion, in modified there are 3 things: qualify, adverse, disclaimer. Qualify, adverse, disclaimer. So in simple words we say any opinion other than clean opinion, any opinion other than clean opinion is modified opinion. Okay. So in layman's language, when I say I am modifying the report, when I say modifying the report means in layman's language it is change, but it is not change. It means any opinion other than clean opinion, other than clean. Okay. Now, if you see this guy, it's completely clean. This is a clean opinion. If you see this person, lot of problems are there on his face. It's adverse. Okay, here there's only some few pimples are here. It's qualified opinion. Some problem is there. Disclaimer: he's like it's like Manmohan Singh. He's sleeping, he's chilling, enjoying. He can't do anything. When he can't do, what he do? Do. When you can't do what you do? Do. Disclaimer of opinion. Sir, how do you identify in the exam? When I go and I see the financial statements, everything is perfect. AS is followed, Schedule 3 is complied, all the laws are complied. Financial statements are prepared as per FRF, Financial Reporting Framework. Which opinion I will give? I will give clean opinion. When I go and see, lot of problems are there, lot of problems. It is adverse opinion. Sir, few problems are there. Sir, few problems means, for example, inventory was supposed to be valued at cost or NRV, which is less. They are valued only at cost. Only at cost. That means there's a departure from AS2. My stock is wrong, but my share capital is right, my reserves are right, my creditors are right, my debtors are right, my bank is right, my investment, everything else is right. Only stock has a problem. So I will give qualified opinion. I forgot to do the consolidation. So my consolidated assets are wrong, my consolidated share capital is wrong, my consolidated fixed asset is wrong, investment is wrong, credit is wrong, everything is wrong. When everything, there's so much problem is there. So it is called as adverse opinion. I went to the client place. I said, give me your books of accounts, I want to audit. Client says books of accounts with the income tax authority. I can't say it is clean. I can't say it is adverse. I can't say it is qualified. When I can't do anything, what I do? Do. What is do? Disclaimer of opinion. Disclaimer of opinion. Now, so quickly we'll just have a run through on question number 4, 5, 6, page 150 of main book, and you will read title, addressee, auditor's opinion on basis of opinion. Okay, so we do this at a later stage. First, let's connect 705 also. So in 705 it says modification, very important, modification. So in layman's language, modification means change, but here you say any opinion other than clean. Sir, if the financial statements are misstated, I have seen, disclaimer gets wiped away. FS is misstated, clean gets wiped away. So we are left with only qualified or adverse. If FS is misstated and the problem is material, material means important, significant, and it is pervasive. Pervasive means universal application. So it is important and it is, the effects can be seen everywhere. What opinion you will give? You will give adverse opinion. Okay, when you talk about FS is misstated, it is material but not pervasive. It is material but not pervasive. Which opinion you will give? You will give qualified opinion. Material but not pervasive, you will give qualified opinion. The auditor is unable to obtain psi. The auditor is unable to obtain psi and the effects are material and pervasive. Sir, I could not see the books of accounts. I will give disclaimer of opinion. Out of 10 bills, sir, I cannot see only 4 bills. Management is not giving me 4 bills. So it is important, but it is not pervasive. So if it is not pervasive, what opinion you will give? Qualified opinion. So always remember, if there is a modification, there are 2 reasons. FS is misstated, unable to obtain psi. FS misstated, effects are material and pervasive, you will give adverse opinion. Material but not pervasive, you will give qualified opinion. Material and pervasive, you will give disclaimer. Material but not pervasive, you will give qualified opinion. So 700 is opinion, 705 is modification. Understood this much? Now let's connect 706 also. Emphasis of matter para, other matter para. EOM para, OM para. Emphasis of matter para and other matter para. So ideally there are two paras in the audit report. Both the paras are the part of audit report. Para included in audit report. Okay. Now it refers to a matter which is appropriately disclosed in FS. Now a matter which is disclosed by the management, because ideally who discloses in the FS? It is the management. A matter which refers to a matter which is appropriately disclosed in the FS, and it is fundamental. It is fundamental to the user's understanding. It is fundamental to the user's understanding of the FS. You will write that in EOM para. You will write that in EOM para. Now, for example, contingent liability. It will be shown in the notes. Me as an auditor thinks it is fundamental to my user. See, having a contingent liability is not a wrong thing. I am not pointing out the mistake. I am just saying to the shareholders, acha members, there is one contingent liability in the FS which is disclosed. If you want extra knowledge, you go and read that note number 10. So in my audit report, I will write that in EOM para, emphasis of matter. It's just an additional clarification, cross mapping, cross referencing in the audit report and that of FS. Management discloses in the FS, I disclose in my audit report. Sir, what is other matter? It is also a para included in audit report. It refers to a matter which is not disclosed in FS, and it is not fundamental. It is just relevant to the user's understanding of three things: audit, audit report, auditor's responsibility. Audit, audit report, auditor's responsibility. Audit, audit report, auditor's responsibility. Like for example, I have audited holding company, you have audited subsidiary company. That thing, it's not fundamental to the user. Someone must be auditing, right? But it is only relevant. So I give this additional information, which para? OM para, other matter para. One second. Caro, for example, Caro. Caro is a duty of auditor. If Caro I have not added, it's my duty, I have not added. I need to intimate to the member. I will write that in Caro. I will write that in Caro. Yeah, what's your doubt? I write that in other matter para, other matter para. FS. No, relevant to the user's understanding of audit report, audit and auditor's responsibility. Cool. Now, sir, what is 701? So 700 was forming an opinion, 705 was modification, 706 was EOM and OM. 701 is basically communicating key audit matter. It is basically communicating key audit matter in the independent auditor's report. So what is communicating CAM? So what is CAM? I am not pointing out again the mistakes of the management. See, if you have to point out the mistake, you will write in qualify para, adverse para, disclaimer para. What I am communicating? I am just saying that I spoke to the management or TCWG as per SA 260, 265. I spoke to TCWG or management as per SA 260, 265. I spoke to them for 10 matters. Out of those 10 matters, I communicate, those 5 are significant matters. 5 are significant matters. Out of those 5, 2 are most significant matter. Out of 10 matters, 5 are significant matter. Out of those 5, 2 are most significant matter. I as an auditor, my heart means the judgment of the auditor, I will put those 2 matters in a para which is called as key audit matter. Again, I am not pointing out the mistake. It has nothing to do with the FS. It has nothing to do with the audit report. It could be any matter. What I have during the entire 365 days of the audit period, I communicated to them. For me, those are significant. Out of those significant, those are most significant, I will write in key audit matter. Sir, if I am writing in key audit matter, can that be a matter of notes? Answer is yes. Sir, if I am writing in key audit matter, can that be a matter for qualified para? The answer is yes. Sir, for example, going concern, if there is a material uncertainty, you write in GC para. And imagine GC is not for the management will be disclosing it. Plus, it's a very big ground for giving adverse opinion. So, it is there in GC para, it is there in adverse opinion para, it is there in FS para. Still, as an auditor, I want to add the same GC ka problem in key audit matter. Can I write? Yes or no? Can I write in EOM? Sorry, can I write in key audit matter para also? The same thing. Yes. Even if there is double effect, double thing, repetition, triple effect, triple repetition, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, it's absolutely okay. It is not a substitute for disclosure. It is not a substitute. Now, whom it is applicable? So it is applicable to every listed company, or where the otherwise auditor decides to communicate, like unlisted company or private company where the auditor wants to communicate, or as per law, Okay. Now, please open the book. Page number is 150. So come to page number exact 150. People who do not have this book, you can click the photo. Only these 2 points are important right now for the exam. See, other things you should have knowledge, whatever we have marked it previously. But this, what is unmodified, what is modified? Unmodified means when the auditor concludes that in all material respects that the financial statements are prepared as per applicable FRF. Sir, what is modified opinion? If you remember, modification is given by 2 reasons. When the FS as a whole are not free from material misstatements, or when the auditor is unable to obtain PSI. What will you do? You will modify the opinion as per SA 705. 2 reasons: FS are misstated, unable to obtain PSI. This you have to remember. Now, then what are the elements of audit report? So title is there, addressee, opinion. After opinion you will write basis. After basis you will write GC. GC ke baad CAM. Okay, CAM. Then you can add EOM above CAM also. You can add EOM below CAM also. Okay, it can be above CAM also. It can be below CAM also. If it is not written, please write it in the book. CAM can be above EOM also, can be below EOM also. It is as per the auditor's wish. Other matter you can write. 1 second, I'll remove it. No, above CAM. Above CAM, below CAM. Achha, other matter you can add anywhere. Na? There's no fixed pattern for other matter. I can write with other reporting responsibilities also. Okay. Now then there's MAHA. What is MAHA? Management responsibility, auditor responsibility, other reporting responsibility. Date, place, sign. Okay, this is little important. The order is fixed. You can't change the order. No. Last 5 attempts they have not asked. Okay. But as an auditor, you should know now the pattern of the audit report. You will be auditor in 2 years. Now, question number 5 is what is the contents of auditor's opinion para? Opinion, what will you write? 1 second. Sir, in the opinion para, you will write the entity whose FS have been audited. You will state that the FS have been audited. You will identify the title of each FS. When I say title of each FS means P&L, balance sheet, cash flow. Refer to the notes, explanatory statement, and date, place, and date and the period covered. So this is point number 5, contents of auditor's opinion para. Cool. Now, next question is contents or basis of opinion para. Important answer. 4 points. You will state that the audit was conducted as per SAs. Number 2, you will say if you want to understand my responsibility, you can go and read the auditor's responsibility para. Third, you will say that code of ethics is complied and I am independent of the entity. Fourth, the auditor believes that audit evidence he has obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for the opinion. So this is the contents of basis opinion para. Important. So opinion para ka content is important, basis ka content is important. Cool. If you do not have, please click the photo. Okay. Then come to 701. Page 161. Whether communication of CAM relieves the management and the auditor to some extent. The answer is no. I just said if it is a matter which auditor will be adding in CAM para and the same matter is a disclosure in the notes. So what will management think? Acha, auditor is writing in CAM now. Why the hell we should write it again? It will be double effect. double thing. So law says, boss, management, it is your responsibility to write in FS. Auditor thinks this is an important matter, then he will communicate as CAM. So it is not a substitute for disclosure in FS. Number two, it is not a substitute for disclosure in the modified opinion para. Like for example, you are modifying it, the same ground is in CAM also, so still you can write. So it is not a substitute for disclosure as per SA 570 going concern. Fourth, it is not a separate opinion on individual matter. I am not giving any opinion on any matter. I am just giving few information to the members that I have communicated. Out of those communications, those were some insignificant matters, those significant matters were more significant matter. So I am just giving additional piece of information. Now, how as an auditor you will determine CAM? Again, this is also important. How as an auditor you will determine CAM? Sir, if the risk area is high risk, areas of higher assessed risk of material misstatement or significant risk identified as per SA 315. On any time remember, for risk the SA number is 315. Number two, auditor makes judgments on the judgments of the management which have high estimation uncertainty. Provision for bad debts, provision for depreciation, provision for income tax. So significant auditor judgments relating to the areas in FS which involve significant management judgment including accounting estimates which have high estimation uncertainty. So this is also important. Okay. Now, question number 7. Sir, there is a CAM but you don't want to communicate. When will you not communicate? When two reasons are there. Number one, law or regulation precludes. Law or regulation says you can't communicate. Number two, in extremely rare circumstances, the auditor determines that the matter should not be communicated because the adverse consequences will be more as compared to the benefit. However, if management has given the disclosure, auditor, then you can communicate. This shall not apply if the entity has publicly disclosed the information. Cool. Now, come to 705. Question number 2. It says, when will the auditor decide to modify the opinion? Two question. Okay. The two reasons are FS is misstated, unable to obtain psi. FS is misstated, unable to obtain psi. Always remember this thing. We would modify when the FS are misstated, unable to obtain psi. 3 opinion is there: qualify, adverse, disclaimer. Okay. Now, question 4, 5, 6 is just a definition. Do you remember the definition? Qualified ka? FS is misstated, material but not pervasive. Unable to obtain psi, material but not pervasive. Adverse का definition is FS is misstated, material and pervasive. Disclaimer में unable to obtain psi, material and pervasive. Okay, those are the definitions. Very important for correct and incorrect MCQ. Again, you can skip illustrations right now. 706. So there are only two answers: EOM and OM. Page number is 169. EOM and OM. Only two questions are there. Okay, EOM. Sir, it refers to a matter which is disclosed appropriately in the FS and it is fundamental to the user. That is the definition. Okay. The auditor would not be required to modify the opinion as per 705. And when 701 applies, it is not a key audit matter. Examples, remember all the 4 examples. Litigation is there, subsequent event, new AS is applicable, and major catastrophe. That's basically going concern is effective. Now, consideration may you will include a separate section in the audit report in a para called as EOM. That's above CAM. Okay. Or below CAM, it's on the auditor's judgment. Okay, you will clearly state in that para a clear reference that a matter being emphasized and to where the relevant disclosures in the FS can be found. We draw your attention to note number 10 in the FS. Okay, so you will write this. This para refers only to the information presented or disclosed as per the FS. Achha, our opinion is not modified because I am not giving any opinion here. I am just saying there's a matter which is disclosed there. You go and check. So the presentation pattern is, we draw attention to the note number 10 of the FS which describes the effects of fire in company's production facilities. Our opinion is not modified in respect of this matter. So what is OM para? So it's a para in the report. It refers to a matter which is not disclosed in the FS and it is relevant to the user's understanding of audit. See, whatever I have circled is important. Audit, auditor's responsibility and audit report. 3 things: audit, auditor responsibility, audit report. Please underline or circle that. Audit, auditor responsibility, audit report. So you can write anywhere this other matter, but you can write in other responsibilities also. So how do you present? The financial statements of ABC company for the year ended 31st March were audited by another auditor and we are not giving any opinion on that. Okay, who express unmodified opinion. I am not giving any information. I'm not giving any opinion. I'm just giving a piece of information in other matter. Okay, which is necessary for understanding of audit, auditor responsibility and audit report. If you're adding qualified para, adverse para, disclaimer para, CAM para, EOM para, OM para, is it your duty to communicate to the management of TCWG? Is it your duty? Yes. Some people will think, sir, if you're adding qualified adverse and you're communicating them, they will stop you. Boss, you are independent. You don't have to be scared. If I am adding any para, it is my duty to first communicate to them. So if in MCQ they ask you, if you're adding EOM, OM, CAM, qualified adverse disclaimer, any para you are adding, is there duty to communicate? The answer is yes. Cool. This much you have to study. This is the 4 essays, 700, 701, 705, 706. So one more chapter is done. Out of the notes, question number 2 is important. Page 171, 2. That's it. Question number 2 is important. Rest everything is repetitive, okay? Question number 2 is important. The same question is in the module also. Same question, qualitative aspects for answer. It is there in the module also. Cool. Chapter is over. So let's start with auditors right now. So auditors will constitute approximately 8 to 12 marks, and it's a big chapter, important chapter. You'll have it in MCQ, you'll have it in correct, incorrect, plus you will have it in descriptive also. Okay. Now there are certain sections which you need to remember. It starts from section 130. One second. Pencil. So the section starts at 139 and ends at 148. Okay. 139 to 148. Now, the first section what we're doing is we're doing relatives. In relatives, you remember it's do saath saath, like, okay, husband and wife, members of HUF and others, members of HUF and others. In others, you will say papas, like fathers, mothers. Like when we say fathers, that means two fathers. That means stepfather is also included, mother, stepmother is also included, brother, stepbrother is also included, sisters, stepsister is also included, sons, it's stepsons also included, sons, wife, daughter, it is daughter, original daughter is daughter, stepdaughter is not a daughter, okay, and then daughter's husband, okay, it is daughter. Now, qualifications, very simple, section number is 141, 1 and 2. If you want to be an auditor, you have to be a chartered accountant holding certificate of practice issued by the ICI, issued by the ICI. In case of a firm, majority of partners should be CA holding certificate of practice issued by the ICI. Very rare in the paper you will see this question. Now, 141 subsection 3 and 4, very important. For sure you will find something on this in the paper. Now, the first disqualification, it says, see, A to I is my disqualification. If I am getting attracted in A to I am disqualified. If I am not getting attracted in A to I, then I am qualified. Okay, now it says A to I. A is body corporate, that's other than LLP. That means LLP is qualified. B, officer or employee of body corporate. B is what? Officer or employee of body corporate. So it says a body corporate other than LLP is disqualified. That means LLP is qualified. A company cannot become the auditor of another company. Officer or employee of body corporate, disqualified. Partner or employee of officer or employee of body corporate. Partner or employee of officer or employee of body corporate, disqualified. Company disqualified, its employees disqualified, uska partner disqualified. Then person, firm, relative. Person, firm, relative. If you are holding any security, that means even 1 rupee ka security if you are holding, you are disqualified. But relative, if he is holding up to 1 lakh, qualified. More than 1 lakh, you are disqualified. And now 1 lakh you have to see is of face value. Okay, if relative was holding 80,000 rupees, so you are qualified. Then gradually they increase the value up to 1,20,000 rupees. So you are disqualified. But you don't have to vacate immediately. You have 60 days. MCQ. You have 60 days to take the corrective action. So what is the corrective action? Either you will ask your relative to reduce the holding up to 1 lakh, or if the relative is not reducing it, then you will quit. If you are indebted for more than 5 lakh, you are disqualified. If you have given guarantee for more than 1 lakh, you are disqualified. See, the amounts are in security, any security, disqualified. Indebtedness more than 5 lakh, guarantee more than 1 lakh. Achha, in which company? CHAS. Company holding associate, subsidiary of such holding. So if I am disqualified in subsidiary, I am disqualified for the entire group. For clause D. E. No, 60 days is not, 60 days ka benefit is only given in security. only in the security, it's not given anywhere else, okay? And that too for relative. CHAS, company, holding, associate, subsidiary, subsidiary of such holding. Company, holding, associate, subsidiary, subsidiary of such holding. Cool? Now, a person or a firm who's having business relationship with CHAS, you are disqualified. A person having any business relationship like purchase, sales, payment, you are disqualified. But there are two exceptions. One exception is giving professional services as per CA Act 1949, like tax consultant. So if I'm becoming a tax consultant of a company, I can definitely become the stat auditor, tax consultant, because it is permitted in the CA Act. Number 2 at ALP. ALP means arm's length price. Arm's length price. Where you have to see ALP? You have to see ALP at HATA. Hotels, airlines, telecommunication, hospital, any other. Hotels, airlines, telecommunication, hospital, any other. Okay, that's HATA. Then F. Can you just check the alphabets? There's a mistake in the alphabets. F will be this one. A person whose relative is a director or KMP in the company. The last point.
And then G will become the next point.
Ideally, this is F. This is F. This is G. Please make the necessary correction if it is required. Okay, person whose relative is a director or KMP in the company. So G, more than 20 companies, you are disqualified. Okay, except for OPC small dormant, private company having paid up share capital of less than 100 crore rupees. OPC small dormant, private company having paid up share capital of less than 100 crores. So you can do as number of many as this 4 companies, but in general, other than this 4, you can do only 20 company audit. H, if you are convicted for fraud, 10 years have not elapsed. If you are convicted per partner, yes, the limit is applicable per practicing partner. Like we are 2 chartered accountants holding COP, one is only a CA. So A, B is holding 20. Mr. C ka you will not count because he is not holding COP. His limit is per practicing partner. H, convicted for fraud, 10 years have not elapsed from the expiry of sentence. So you did a fraud way back in 2002, today is 23, you can be appointed. But if you have done fraud in 2018, it's only 23 right now. Sir, you are disqualified. I, section 144. What is 144? It is basically prohibited services. Which company? CHAS company. So CHAS has to be seen only in DI. CHAS has to be seen only in DI. Sir, what is DI? D is this one. Security indebtedness guarantee. What is E? E is business relationship wala point. What is I? I is basically your prohibited services. If you are disqualified in subsidiary, you are disqualifying the entire group. That clause would be applicable only for DIE. D is business relationship. D is security indebtedness guarantee. E is business relationship. I is prohibited services. Sir, small company. The definition amended is very important definition. Small company is a type of a private company. Small company is a type of a private company wherein the paid up share capital is less than or equal to 4 crores and turnover is less than or equal to 40 crores. I hope you have rectified it. 4 and 40. It's maximum. My capital can be maximum 4 crores and my turnover can be maximum 40 crores. Then 144 prohibited services. Important answer, direct theory question. The services are Mardi. If you are giving these services, you can't become the stat auditor of that company. You can give the services, but you can't just become the stat auditor of the company. The prohibition is not on the services, the prohibition is on when you are giving these services, you can't become the stat auditor. Mardi. M, management services. A, actuarial services. A, any other services. One more A, accounts and bookkeeping services. R, rendering of outsourced financial services. D, design and implementation of financial information system. I, internal audit. One more I is there, investment advisory, investment banking. You need to mark it up. Mardi. It says management services, actual services, accounts and bookkeeping services, any the services, rendering of outsourced financial services. D, design and implementation of financial information system, internal audit, investment advisory, investment banking services. Now, remuneration of the auditor. If the first auditor is there, his remuneration would be fixed by the board of directors. If it's a subsequent auditor, it will be fixed by the members in general meeting. Okay. However, member can delegate it to the board. Delegate means they can transfer the power to fix the remuneration. For MCQ, first auditor it is board, subsequent auditor it is members. Don't use that delegation ka logic. Okay. Now, remuneration will include everything. It will include fees payable, all the expenses incurred. but it will not include any amount rendered in any other capacity. Like for example, you are a chartered accountant, and you are the auditor of a company, but you are also giving us, that is some GST ka case you are handling, GST ka case. So you are handling GST ka case now. So it's a separate assignment. It will not be included in the auditor's remuneration. It will be a separate fees. So remuneration will not include any amount paid for any of the services rendered by the auditor at the request of company. Then audit of branches, again at inter level, an important question. In case of a local branch, company का stat auditor can go, अच्छा, or any the CA holding CA plus COP. But in case of foreign branch, the first and the foremost right is of the company ka stat auditor. The first and the foremost right is of the company ka stat auditor. But he says, I will not go for doing foreign branch audit. Then the company will appoint any other person who is qualified as per foreign law. For stat auditor, there is no such requirement. But in case if you have a foreign branch, stat auditor saying, sir, I will not go, then you will appoint any person qualified as per foreign law. The branch auditor will prepare a branch audit report and submit it to the statutory auditor. The powers and duties of branch auditor will be same as of the stat auditor. Everything is same for stat. Stat auditor will also report for fraud under 143.12. Branch auditor will also report the fraud under 143.12. But that fraud would be confined only to branch. So there can be a 4-mark, 3-mark answer. Short note on the auditor of branches. Okay. Now, reporting of fraud, important. 2-mark MCQ, 2-mark correct, incorrect, 1-mark MCQ, you can get it, or you can get a descriptive answer also. Reporting of fraud. So it says reporting of fraud to CG. Section is 143.12. So it says the stat auditor, while doing audit, comes across a fraud. He will report it immediately to the audit committee or to the board. Okay. Now they have defined what is immediately. Immediately means within 2 days you have to report. The audit committee or the board will reply back within 45 days. Okay. If the reply is received, the auditor will report the same to the CG within 15 days of the receipt of reply, along with details, reply, comments. Okay. If the reply is not received, the auditor will report it to CG within 15 days after the expiry of 40 days, along with the details and the fact of non-receipt of reply. Now, he will report the fraud in form number ADT 4444. Go with the sound. 4444 frauds. 4444 frauds. In case 143.12 is contravened. In case of listed company, you will be liable for 5 lakhs. In case of other company, auditor, you will be liable for 1 lakh. 1515. 5 lakhs is listed, 1 lakh is other companies. Okay. The auditor will report the fraud only if the amount of fraud is minimum 1 crore. If it is 80 lakh of fraud, you will just report it to audit committee or the board. If the fraud is of 1 CR or plus, you will report it to audit committee also or board. Plus, you will also report it to CG. The auditor will report the fraud to CG. Within 60 days. For MCQ, you will write 60 days. Though the breakup is 45 and 15, but for MCQ, the auditor's days to report the fraud is to CG is 60 days. Very, very, very important MCQ. Okay. CMA is the this section is applicable to the statutory auditor, secretarial auditor, cost auditor. As a chartered accountant, we are studying for CA exams, right? So this section is applicable to the stat auditor, secretarial auditor, cost auditor. Then the auditor will report the fraud only if the fraud is conducted by the company ka officer or company ka employees. Only by the company ka officer, company ka employees. If debtor has done the fraud, creditor has done the fraud, this section is not applicable. You complain with criminal procedure code, you go to some different type, but this section is not applicable. Okay. Till now, any doubt? 1 second. Yeah. Any doubt till now? Okay. So always remember the 143.12 section is very important. The days are very important there. If you want to report the fraud to CG, how many other days? 60 days, okay. And you will report the fraud to CG only if the amount of fraud is minimum 1 CR. I know there's some problem with the pencil, it's getting green again and again. You need to wait. So what is the form number for fraud reporting? Form number ADT 4. Okay, for indebtedness, what is the limit? 5 lakhs for more than 5 lakhs. Because you are disqualified at more than 5 lakhs. For guarantee, what is the limit? More than 1 lakh. More than 1 lakh. Okay, and for security, what is the limit? My question is very simple. For security, what is the limit? I did not ask about relative. No limit. Even if 1 rupee ka share you are holding, you are disqualified. For relative, for security, they have given a limit. How much it is? 1 lakh. If it is more than 1 lakh, you are disqualified. You are disqualified. Okay. Then, when we talk about, I'm just saying the word auditor. I'm just saying the word auditor. In that case, you tell me, we are denoting first order or subsequent order. If I'm using the word auditor, what all provisions you should write? You should write first ka provision or subsequent order ka provision. Always assume it is a subsequent order. Always it is subsequent order. Okay. Let's do signing of audit report. Section number is 145. Signing of audit report. Okay. So the audit report, can you just please check in your notes if the word is audit report? Yeah. The audit report has to be signed by the stat auditor of the company. In case of a firm, signing has to be done by the partners who are holding COP. This was asked in the exam in the November 22 paper. Signing has to be done only by the partners who are holding certificate of practice. If I have a company secretary as my partner, he or she cannot sign. Only person holding COP can sign. 147 penalty. 147 penalty. See, if 139 to 146 is contravened, like the entire series, company, you are liable for 25 to 5 lakh. Officer, you are liable for 10,000 to 1 lakh. 25 to 5 lakhs, 10,000 to 1 lakh. In case these three sections are contravened, 139 is basically appointment. We just did 144. 144 is basically prohibited services. 145 is signing of audit report. Like auditor ka section, appointment, prohibited services and signing of audit report. So normally the penalty is 25,000 to 5 lakhs, and besides 5 lakh you will see a word 4 times the remuneration whichever is less. 4 times the remuneration whichever is less. If willfully, like if he has done willfully, janbujke, the penalty is 50,000 to 25 lakhs. Besides 25 lakh, it is 8 times the remuneration whichever is less, and imprisonment up to 1 year. Imprisonment up to 1 year. Okay. Now, appointment of auditor. Isn't this included in 139 to 146? But this is a penalty for the company. This is a penalty for the auditor. Separate penalty, no? If company contravenes this penalty, if auditor contravenes this penalty. For auditor, there are only 3 sections are covered. For company, entire series is covered. Okay. Now, first auditor. So in case of government company, the first auditor would be appointed by CAG within 60 days of incorporation. If CAG fails, who will appoint, sir? Board will appoint within 30 days. If the board fails, members within 60 days at EGM. He will be the auditor till next AGM. AGM means annual general meeting. In case of non-government company like Reliance, Tata, Birla, okay, the board will appoint within 30 days. If the board fails, then members will appoint within 90 days at EGM, and he will be the auditor till next AGM. So the days are 60, 30, 60, 30, 90. 60, 30, 60, 30, 90. MCQ. 60, 30, 60, 30, 90. Now, subsequent auditor. In case of a government company, who will appoint? Sir, CAG will appoint within 180 days from the commencement of financial year. He will be the auditor till next AGM. In case of a non-government company, who will appoint, sir? Very important. Members will appoint at first AGM. By which resolution? By ordinary resolution. And he will be the auditor till 6th AGM and thereafter. So 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 6. He will be appointed for the period of 5 years. Okay, the appointment ka form number is ADT1. Company will be filing ADT1 within 15 days. To ROC. Now, how do you remember the days? See, we are 1 number people. Company will file which form? ADT1. Days are 15. 115. Now we'll be doing later on resignation of form number. The resignation of form is to be filed by the auditor. The form number is ADT3. Days are 30 days. ADT1 15 days, ADT3 30 days. Use that alpha, use the number there, okay? MCQ. Now, company will appoint the auditor, and the auditor has to submit a declaration that he is not disqualified under section 141 subsection 3 A to I. Please check if you have not written, write it right there. Company will appoint the auditor, and the auditor will submit a declaration that he is not disqualified under section 141 3 A to I. And he has to submit a declaration that he is not disqualified under section 141 3 A to I. Done? Now, individual will be appointed for 5 years, firm will be appointed for 10 years, that's 2 terms of 5 years each, okay? Individual will be appointed for 5 years, retire, reappoint, retire, reappoint, retire, reappoint, retire, reappoint, reappointment. It will go on till the last breath of the auditor or the company. Don't apply rotation here. Rotation wala thing is not applicable to everyone. It's applicable to certain categories of company. It is applicable to certain categories of company. Now, casual vacancy. So let's quickly recall casual vacancy. In case of government company, casual vacancy is fixed by the CAG within 30 days. By CAG within 30 days. If CAG fails, then who will appoint? Board will appoint within next 30 days. And the new auditor will be the auditor till the next AGM. If during the term of the auditor, if the auditor resigns or anything has happened to him, that is called as casual vacancy. Okay. If the auditor is leaving the organization, or he has died, or he has been removed at the 6th AGM, his term is completed. So it's a normal vacancy. But if during the term something has happened, it is called as casual vacancy. In case of non-government company, in case of resignation, very important, board will appoint. In case of other reason, sir, what could be the other reason? Death, insanity, incapacity. Who will appoint the auditor? Board within 30 days. But in case of resignation, it is a very big thing, very big thing. Members will confirm the appointment within 3 months of the appointment at general meeting, and he will be the auditor till next AGM, he will be the auditor till next AGM. So 30 days plus 3 months is very, very, very important. Yeah, what's the doubt? Like, see, if the auditor is appointed in 2020, he will be the auditor till 25. Okay. If he leaves on this day, like on the 6th AGM cut date, if he is resigning or if he's been removed on that, it is a vacancy. But if he leaves between this during the term, it is called as casual vacancy. Cool. Now, reappointment of retiring auditor. Reappointment of retiring auditor. See, retiring auditor may be reappointed if he is not disqualified, if he has not resigned, or instead of old auditor, no new auditor is appointed. Instead of old auditor, no new auditor is appointed. Not disqualified, not resigned, no new auditor is appointed in his place. So the auditor may be reappointed. Auditor may be reappointed. Okay. Rotation. Rotation. Very, very, very important for MCQ. See, previously when it came, it was a very good answer, very important answer, but now it has been changed because now the weightage is reduced. It will ask, they will ask you in the MCQ part. It's applicable to every listed company. Applicable to every unlisted company having capital minimum 10 crores, or a private company having capital minimum 50 crores, or other companies where the capital is less but the borrowings or deposit is more than or equal to 50 crores. Listed, unlisted, private, others. Listed, unlisted, you can say listed, public, private, others. Listed, public, private, others. Listed, public, private, others. The figures are 0, 10, 50, 50. 0, 10, 50, 50. 0, 10, 50, 50. Okay. Individual, he'll be appointed for 5 years. He has to go for cooling period of 5 years. Firm, he will be appointed for 10 years. Cooling period is 5 years. The cooling period for both the category is 5 years. 5 years, 5 years, 10 years, 5 years. Cooling period is 5 years. It is not applicable to small company, OPC, IFSC, public and private. Not applicable to OPC, small company, IFSC, public and private company. Rules with regard to rotation. If there is a common partner on the date of appointment, the new firm is also disqualified for 5 years. The new firm is also disqualified for 5 years. Acha, if there is a partner who is shifting, the new firm will also be disqualified for 5 years provided the partner who has shifted is a certifying partner. Who is he? Is a certifying partner. So certifying partner means who? A person who signs the FS of the company. Then the new audit firm will also be disqualified if it is a part of the same network as that of the old CA firm, like Big Four. If Big Four ka one SR Bartley boy is disqualified, then all the CA firms of that particular Big Four will be disqualified for 5 years. 3 rules are there. Common partner disqualified. Shifting of partner, new firm disqualified provided he is a certifying partner. Third, new firm in case of a Big Four, the entire network is disqualified. Okay. Now, section number 139 was appointment. For entry, for coming into the company, appointment, reappointment, casual vacancy, everything is in 139. Everything is 139. For going out, section number is 140. How do you go out, sir? I go out by removal. I go out by resignation, or if I am been removed by an authority. So 3 sections will come in 140. Entry ka section is 139, exit ka section is 140. Sir, if the auditor is removed before expiry of term means before 6th AGM, is it a small thing or a big thing? So it's a very big thing, sir. So the board will pass a board resolution at board meeting. They will apply to CG in form number ADT2. Appointment ka form number was 1. Removal ka is 2. Within 30 days of BR. Yes, it can be a casual vacancy. Here we are talking about removal. Casual vacancy is basically appointment of a new person. No? Once he is removed, someone else will be appointed. That appointment, that term is called as casual vacancy. Then you will write the casual vacancy answer. But here you are talking about removal. Now, after CG approval, general meeting would be called within 60 days of CG approval. Now, in case if you forget the days, just first remember ADT2. ADT2 has to be applied to CG within 30 days of BR. 30 into 2, 60. Then you will call a general meeting. Within 60 days of CG ka approval. At general meeting, what we will be passing? We will be passing SR. Order came by which resolution? OR. Order came by OR. So ideally he has to go by OR only. But because he is removed before expiry, just because he is removed before expiry, he will, the members will pass SR. Okay, he will be given an opportunity of being heard before removal. Next, if he is removed at 6th AGM, sir, what is 6th AGM? That means his term is completed. If your term is completed, we are removing you because we are appointing someone else, or we are just removing you only. So members will give a special notice stating that to appoint a new auditor, that instead of Shah Rukh Khan, will be appointing Salman Khan. Or will be stating that Shah Rukh Khan shall not be reappointed, Please make the correction in case if it is there. Have you done this? Members will pass a special notice stating that to appoint a new auditor, or stating that the retiring auditor shall not be reappointed. Then, in case of rotation principle, special notice is not required. That's logical. If rotation is applicable, the auditor will automatically go only, right? What does the auditor has a right? So to make a representation of reasonable length, to request such representation to be circulated among members, to require that the representation shall be heard at the AGM. Now, if the auditor is misusing the powers, okay? Section number not important. 140, see main section you need to remember, 139 entry, 140 removal, 41 qualification, disqualification, 42 remuneration, 43 rights and duties, 44 prohibited, 45 signing, 46 journal meeting, 47 penalty, 48 cost audit. Subsection you can ignore. Okay. Now, it shall be the duty of the company to send the representation to every member of the company. The representation need not be circulated, If it is received too late by the company, or please check whether you have made these changes. Right of representation is being abused by the auditor. Right of representation is being abused. Abuse means you are misusing the power. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, if the representation is not sent to the members, a copy should be filed with ROC. Okay? Because if you are abusing the power, the company will not send it to members, they will file with ROC. The next section is change of auditor by tribunal. Change of auditor by tribunal. The word tribunal can come in MCQ. Section number is 145. 5 years ke liye you will disqualify. See, if the company has done fraud, so auditor reported to CG in 143.12. If the company has done fraud, the auditor reported the fraud to CG in 143.12. But now here, no, I did not miss some stuff. Which answer? Okay. So here, who has done the fraud? Auditor has done the fraud. Sir, how can auditor do the fraud? Either he can do alone, or he can be involved with some of the directors of the company. So now the company will be angry. What will the company do? Sir, if the auditor of the company has acted in a fraudulent manner involving any fraud, then the tribunal either suo motu, that means on its own, or an application by CG, like GST department, income tax department, or an application by any other person concerned, shall order to change the auditor. Okay, either suo motu, that is on its own, or an application by CG or by a person concerned, shall order to change the auditor. Now, if the application is made by CG, the tribunal will pass the order within 15 days. Very important, they can ask you this in exam. If the application is made by CG, the tribunal shall pass the order within 15 days. The tribunal can pass the order that the auditor shall be disqualified for 5 years to be the auditor of any company. 5 years is important, any company is important. Okay. Then this section, the auditor will also be liable under section 447. He will also be liable under section 447. Now, if there is a firm, the 3 partners, SRK. There are 3 partners, SRK. Mr. S has done the fraud. So civil liability will devolve on the entire firm SRK, like the money penalty. But the criminal liability will be devolving only on Mr. S. Mr. S, because he has done the fraud. Devolve means he will be liable. Cool. Resignation. So the auditor can resign at any time before expiry of his term. He has to file ADT 30 days to the company, CAG in case of government companies, and ROC. If ADT 3 is not filed, the auditor will be liable for the penalty. What is the penalty? Minimum 50,000 and 500 rupees per day, subject to maximum of 2 lakh rupees. Minimum 500 rupees per day, or the remuneration of the auditor which here is less, and 500 rupees per day, subject to maximum of 2 lakh rupees. Subject to maximum of 2 lakh rupees. Minimum 50,000 rupees or the remuneration, and 500 rupees per day, subject to maximum of 2 lakh rupees. Okay. This penalty you need to remember because they have asked as a MCQ in RTP. Cool. Now, rights and duties wala answer you can just read. It's very rare. It's very easy answer. Rights mein following are the rights: to receive remuneration, to have access to all the books, to ask for information explanation, to attend general meeting, receive notice. It is just a read answer. Okay. Duties mein 143(1) is important. This we have already done in society wala chapter. Specific inquiry. You remember specific inquiry? LT dies. L loans, T transactions, D deposits, I investments, E expenses, S shares. L loans, T transactions, D deposits, I investment, E expenses, S shares. LT dies. Okay. The auditor has to make inquiry in all. The auditor has to make inquiry in all 6 areas. He will report only when he is not satisfied. If he has not reported, it is assumed that he is satisfied. Very, very, very important. Okay. Now, then subsection 2, subsection 3, you can read, that's opinion on the FS and reporting requirements. Okay. A, B, C, D, E, F, O. That's only a read answer. Now, duties with respect to audit of government companies, important answer. This is the answer of supplementary audit also. Supplementary audit. Supplementary audit means it's an extra audit done by the CAG, ordered by the CAG only in case of a government company. Only in the case of a government company. Now see, it says the CAG has a power. Who will order? Who will order? Oops. Who will order for supplementary audit? Yeah, this is the same as supplementary audit. Yeah. CAG will order. CAG will order. Okay. So it says the CAG has a power to conduct supplementary audit. To conduct supplementary audit or test audit. Test audit is basically kind of a sample based audit. It's a way of doing audit. It is not a kind of audit. Okay. Then, stat auditor of a government company will submit a audit report to the CAG along with the directions issued by CAG. Along with the direction issued by CAG. Actions taken thereon and the impacts on the accounts of the company. The stat auditor will submit it. Now, very important days, within 60 days. This was asked as MCQ. Within 60 days of the original audit report, the CAG will pass an order to conduct supplementary audit. The CAG will pass an order to conduct supplementary audit. Very, very, very important. This was asked in the MCQ. Within 60 days of the above original report, the CAG will pass an order to conduct supplementary audit. Who will conduct? Either company ka stat auditor will conduct or through any other CA. Now when I say any other CA, it means holding COP. Cool? Yeah, please make the changes. Done? Okay. Cool. Yeah. Supplementary audit report, shall be forwarded to every person entitled to the copies under section 136. Like member of a company can also ask for supplementary audit report copy. Acha, if a member has died, his legal representative also can also request for the copy order of supplementary audit. So even the member can get it, even the member ka relative can get, member ka legal representative can also get it. Okay. Now, the CAG also conduct the test audit. The provision of CAG Act 1971 shall apply to the report on such test audit. Just one point, test audit is basically sample based audit. 60 days is very important. Now my question is it mandatory for the CAG? Is it mandatory for the CAG to order for supplementary audit? No. If CAG wants, he will order for supplementary audit. Last section 148. What does 148 says? The cost audit will be conducted by a cost accountant, either individual or firm. It is an extra audit. Stat audit will be there, plus cost audit also has to be conducted. Now, sir, stat auditor is CA plus COP. Who is the cost auditor? Our brother. Cost accountant holding certificate of practice. If I am a chartered accountant, I have got exemption in costing. Can I become the cost auditor? No, he has to be a different person. Perfect. Two important points. Generally, you forget this. Every company, whether it's a domestic company or foreign company, whether it is in a regulated sector or non-regulated sector, and the overall turnover from all the products and services, overall turnover from all the products or services in the previous year is more than or equal to 35 crores. More than or equal to 35 crores means minimum 35 crores. Then they have to maintain cost records. If it is not written, please write there. They have to maintain cost records. Cool?
Yeah.
Now, a micro and a small enterprise is exempted. A micro and a small enterprise is exempted from cost records. A micro and a small enterprise is exempted from cost records. Okay. So rule for cost audit. Your sector will play a very important role. If you are in a regulated sector and if your overall turnover from all the product is 50 crores and individual turnover is 25 crores, 50 and 25. When I say individual turnover, that means from that particular sector, okay, is 25. The words is 50 and 25. 50 and 25. You need to have cost audit. You need to conduct cost audit. Overall is regulated plus non-regulated plus others also. Something will not be in the not defined by the government. No? So overall means regulated plus non-regulated plus others. In non-regulated, the overall turnover is 100 crores and individual turnover is 35 crores. 100 crores and 35 crores. Now, exemption from cost audit. They have asked in the exam this. A unit in SEZ, that's Special Economic Zone. A company whose revenue from export is more than 75% of the total revenue. Third, a captive consumption generating electricity plant. That is for self-consumption. For these three people, cost audit is not mandatory. So what about micro and small? Exempted or not exempted? Micro and small. Tell me. Why? It's not written nearby. They don't have cost records, and why the hell they will do audit also? Okay. Now few forms are given here. Few forms. You need to remember it for the purpose of MCQ. One is cost records. CRA2 is appointment, removal, casual vacancy of cost auditor. CRA3 is cost auditor will report it to the board of directors. CRA4 XBRL is board will report it to the central government. Board will report to the CG. Okay. CRA1 records, CRA2 appointment, removal, casual vacancy of cost auditor. CRA3 auditor will report it to the board. CRA4 XBRL board will report it to central government. Cool. Chapter is over. This is an illustration. Content is done. Not required right now. Only the content. Cool. Chalo. So we start with audit of banks. It's 6 marks to 10 marks weighted chapter. 4 mark in MCQ. Sorry, 4 mark in descriptive. 2 or 3 marks in your descriptive. In your MCQ ka part. Okay. Now, so here so when we talk about audit of bank, so minimum is 4 mark. It can go for like 3 marks, 4 marks plus in MCQ also, because case based MCQ can come on this chapter also. Now the first minimum 4 marks is there for sure. So the first question is, what are the regulatory framework applicable to a bank? So what are the different laws applicable to a bank? You can write as much as you want. At least write 6 acts. So see, banking is a company. So Companies Act is applicable. Banking Regulation Act is applicable. State Bank of India Act 1955 is applicable. State Bank of India Subsidiary Bank Act 1959 is applicable. You can write Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002. SARFAESI 2002. You can write Regional Rural Bank Act. Okay, IT Act 2000. So whatever knowledge you have about the act, yes, just list the name of the act along with the year. Okay. Now, question number 2 talks about what are the types of audit report to be issued by bank. So one is a stat audit report. Number 2, long form audit report. Number 3, tax audit report as per Income Tax Act 1961. Stat audit report, long form audit report, tax audit report as per Income Tax Act 1961. Now, Very important, appointment of auditor for a bank. Okay, very important MCQ purpose. For a banking company, its members at the AGM. Company may come members will appoint. Number 2, for a nationalized bank, who will appoint? RBI through the board of directors. Please make the changes. That is RBI through board of directors. When we say bank in this chapter, it is basically RBI through board of directors. In case of SBI, who will appoint? Sir, CAG, Comptroller and Auditor General of India, along with CG. Subsidiary of SBI will be appointed by SBI itself. In case of a regional rural bank, who will appoint? Sir, RBI along with CG ka approval. RBI along with CG ka approval. To make necessary changes there. Now, remuneration of the auditor. For a banking company, who decides the remuneration? Sir, members at the general meeting. In case of nationalized bank and SBI, who appoints? RBI along with CG. In case of a nationalized bank and SBI, who will appoint? RBI plus CG. Now, when we talk about long form audit report, the auditors of all public sector bank, private bank, foreign banks have to furnish long form audit report. That's called LAFAR. Okay, matters of the LAFAR have been given by the RBI. It is to be submitted before 30 June every year. Like the year gets over, you have to submit before 30 June. So 30 June is your MCQ. Okay, it does not require summary. If the auditor want to give summary, he can give summary. Summary is not required. Okay, so it's a 4-point question, long form audit report. Now, you're writing something here? Yeah, okay. It doesn't require any executive summary to be given. However, the auditor may provide the same to bring. Done? Okay. However, the auditor may provide the same to bring or the key observation from the whole documents. If he requires, he can give summary. All is not required. Sir, what about the advances? Advances means loans. So you refer 4.13 ABCD page 85 main book. Okay. So now we see, go to the main book. Now advances. How do you show advances in a banking company? Sir, advances comprise of ABCTP. ABCTP means, sir, adverse balances in deposit accounts. B is bills discounted purchase. C is your cash credits, overdraft, demand loans. T is your term loans, and P is participation risk sharing with its consortium. So this can come as a 2-mark question. What does advance comprises of? Then, how do you disclose in the balance sheet? You disclose in the balance sheet as first category is BCT. What is BCT? You copy from up. Bills purchased and discounted. C is cash credits. ODT is term loans. Then second, you can show it secured by tangible assets, covered by bank or government guarantees, unsecured. Then again, otherwise you show it as advances in India. You divide the sectors as priority sector, public sector, bank, others. Advances outside India, due from bank and due from others. In due from others, you show as BSO, bills purchased, discounted, syndicate loans, others. So this answer itself is a 2-mark, 3-mark answer. Disclosure requirement for advances in balance sheet. Okay, 2-mark, 3-mark answer. Now, how do you classify the advances? So we can classify as per sector wise, as per security wise, as per prudential norms. So sector is priority, non-priority. Security could be unsecured, secured, and prudential norms could be standard and NPA. In standard is given below and behind. In standard, we have standard, regular, and SMA. SMA means special mention accounts. So it's 0, 1, 2. SMA 0, 0 was 1, 2. So if one day, see, generally we say NPA, it becomes after 90 days. Like till 90 days, it is a standard account only. So, but in case if you have defaulted like for 2 days, so it will just trigger a signal that we say SMA 0, SMA 1, SMA 2. So SMA 1 is what? SMA 0 is what? 1 to 30, 31 to 60, 61 to 90. 1 to 30, 31 to 60, 61 to 90. In case of NPA, if it is outstanding for more than 90 days, it is basically your NPA. Then becomes substandard, doubtful, loss. In your banking chapter, you must have done this. Substandard, doubtful, loss. Okay. So this is a requirement of advances with regards to NPA. So all this ABCD is important. ABCD is important. Now, few questions for the purpose of correct, incorrect, and MCQ. So nature of security. So security could be primary also, can be collateral also. In primary, it is a security offered by borrower to the bank, like the main security. It is also called as principal security. Now bank says, okay, now you need a loan. Okay, give us a car. So the car becomes a primary security. Plus you give your director ka guarantee. So director ka guarantee is an extra. It is an additional. This is called as collateral security. The collateral is basically additional. Primary is basically principal. So security could be tangible, intangible, movable, immovable. Security can be anything. Now examples of securities are what? Sir, personal security of the guarantor, goods, stock, data, trade receivables. Then gold ornaments, bullion, immovable, plantation, third party guarantees. They asked in one attempt what are the types of securities. So types of securities are personal securities of the guarantor, goods, stock, data, trade receivables, gold ornaments, bullion, immovable, plantation, third party arrangement, third party guarantees. Then mode of creation of security. So for mortgage is always of immovable property. Mortgage is always of immovable property. There are two: registered mortgage and equitable mortgage. Registered mortgage and equitable mortgage. So registered mortgage may be registered with an authority. Mortgager register it to the mortgagee. That means he registered the deed. Equitable mortgage may you will not go with any authority. You will just give the papers to the banker. So it is by delivery of title deeds. Title deed means ownership papers. Ownership papers by mortgager to the mortgagee. Always remember, mortgage is of immovable property. Sir, pledge is of movable property where the possession is with the creditor. Hypothecation is also of the movable property. The possession is with the debtor. Now, sir, what is assignment? Assignment means like I have a right to collect fees, right? Now I tell you to you, you do one thing, you go and collect the fees on my behalf. So I have assigned my right to you. Who am I? I am the assigner. You are called as the assignee. So assignment means transfer of a future debt, right, property. Transfer of future debt, right, property from assigner to assignee. Okay. Now, set off. So set off means adjustment. Like one account is debited, other one is credited. So now I am a borrower. I need to pay a EMI to the bank, but I have a money in savings account of the same bank. So HDFC ka Andheri branch mein I have a loan account, Bandra branch mein I have a savings account. Can the bank adjust that amount? It is called a set off. But HDFC mein I have an account, a loan, SBI mein I have savings account. Can HDFC and SBI set off? No, it has to be same. Now listen, it says right of a creditor to adjust the debit balance in debtor's account against the credit balance in another account of the debtor. Now all the branches of a bank are treated as one single entity, like Crawford Market ka branch, Prabhadevi ka branch, Andheri ka branch, Borivali ka branch, or all is same. Now hypothecation is like if I need a loan, so I don't have a car, I don't have a house, I have stock. So I tell it to bank, you take this stock, okay? So on stock pay we have hypothecation. The possession is with the asoli, the debtor. So lien. What does lien mean? Lien means creation of charge with the consent of the owner, which gives the lender a right to dispose of the asset. Like if I am not paying the loan, my car is with the bank, bank will sell off the asset. That is called as lien. Sir, NPA. What does NPA means? Sir, NPA means interest or principal is overdue for more than 90 days. Always remember more than 90 days. They can play in months also, it's more than 3 months. So 3 months you consider as 90 days only. Okay, or the account is out of order for demand draft or cash credit. Please make the changes. For demand draft or cash credit, DD. For demand draft or cash credit, or the bill is overdue for more than 90 days. It is basically your NPA. Sir, what is out of order? So if I have taken an OD or CC and the outstanding balance is more than sanction limit or my drawing power, assuming my 1000 rupees is my sanction limit. Now imagine 1000 rupees is my sanction limit, 800 is my drawing power. If I take basically it's not a loan, it's a limit. So I request to the bank, do one thing, bank, for 5 days, only for 5 days, I am borrowing 950. My limit is 800, but I am borrowing 950, or I am borrowing 1050. So I am exceeding the sanction limit, or I am exceeding the drawing power limit. My account, my ABK account in the books of bank will be called as out of order. Or if the outstanding balance is less than sanction limit, but there is no credit for 90 days. Second example means, imagine my sanction limit is 1000, my drawing power is 800. I have just borrowed 750. I have used 750 rupees of the bank. If I exceed DP also, still it is out of order, no? Either it is you exceed sanction limit only, or you exceed drawing power. Either of it you are out of order. Now in the second example, if 750 rupees it is within my sanction limit, is within my drawing power, but 90 days have passed, no credit is there, still my account would be out of order. It is within the limit of drawing power, but there has to be some checks in the account. Na? I have used banker limit, but there has to be some credit in the account. There is no credit. My account would be called as out of order. Okay. Imagine I have used 5 lakh. I have used 5 lakh. The interest on that is 1 lakh rupees. Let us assume I have used 5 lakh amount. The interest is 1 lakh rupees. I have got a check in the account. I have got a check in the account within 90 days only. But the check is of only 80,000 rupees. See, 5 lakh is the principal amount, 1 lakh is the interest amount. I have got a check, but the check is not covering interest amount. The check is not covering interest amount. Still my account would be out of order. Still my account would be out of order. So it says if it is exceeding sanction limit or drawing power, or if it is within the drawing power but there is no credit for 90 days, or if there is a credit but does not cover the interest. So you can write one more here. Write one more. The third situation, okay? Third situation in out of order. There is a credit in the account, right there. There is a credit in the account, but sorry, there is a credit in the account within 90 days. Within 90 days, but it does not cover the interest. But does not cover the interest. Okay. So A or B or C, either of it, your account becomes out of order. Cool. Now what is overdue? See, overdue means even if for 1 day your amount is outstanding, even for 1 day, more than 1 day your account is outstanding, it is called as overdue. Any amount due to bank if not paid on the due date fixed by the bank is called as overdue. Is called as overdue. Cool. Now, classification of NPA. It says availability of security or net worth should not be considered for treating in advance as NPA. Like even if there is a collateral, even if Mukesh Ambani or Anil Ambani is rich, if the account is outstanding for more than 90 days, you are NPA, irrespective of the security or the net worth. You will classify the asset borrower wise and not facility wise. Like for example, if I have taken personal loan, home loan, car loan, I have defaulted on personal loan. So AB ka entire account would be called as NPA, not only personal loan wala account will be NPA. It is borrower wise, like individual wise, not the facility wise. PL, BL and car loan. Now, account regularized near balance sheet date. It says during the year I was NPA, but before year end 31st March, I paid the entire amount. So on 31st March, will my account be treated as NPA? No, it will not be treated as NPA. Now, if indicates inherent weakness on the basis of data available, if it indicates, right there, if an account indicates inherent weakness on the basis of data available, the account should be deemed as NPA. If an account indicates inherent weaknesses on basis of data available, the account shall be treated as NPA. Like for example, Adani ka thing. So around 25th March, if I saw Adani mein lot of problem is there, right? So it was indicating inherent weaknesses. I will treat them as NPA. Here you will write all. Here you will write all. If an account is classified as NPA and then later on all the amounts is received before the balance sheet date, it will not be treated as NPA. Cool? Okay. Now, very important, advances guaranteed by the government. Now, when we say advances guaranteed by the government, it means if it is central government backed advances, like AB Limited has taken a loan from HDFC Bank, but the guarantee is given by the central government. In case if we don't pay, so for income recognition purpose, I will be treated as NPA. Even if it is state government guaranteed advances, it will be treated as NPA. But for asset classification, central government advances will not be treated as NPA, it will be still be treated as standard asset. The only exception is central government advances. For asset classification, bank will treat AB Limited का loan as standard asset, okay. Then however, if the guarantee is revoked, like state central government says, Modi says I will not pay, he revoked the guarantee, then it will be treated as NP, cool. Now consortium, you can read it from the book, it's very easy. It's basically cumulative loan, like 5-6 people bank together, give a loan to a borrower, it is called consortium advances, okay. Now drawing power, the question was asked in the exam. The lead bank would be responsible for computing the drawing power. Like for example, if 5-6 bank together give, the loan is called as consortium. So we will choose one lead bank. The lead bank would be responsible to compute the drawing power. Limit can be increased or decreased on the request of the borrower. Now how do you calculate it? Stock may you have unpaid stock, in that you have secure creditors, you have acceptances / LC, letter of credit / LC, letter of credit. Okay. Now, so from the stock you minus secure creditors. See, if I am a borrower, you are a bank. I say, sir, I have 1000 rupees ka stock, but on 1000 rupees you are supposed to pay 200 rupees to the creditor. So you will sell the stock, pay 200 rupees to creditor. Plus you have accepted bills payable, letter of credit, 250 you have to pay for that. So from 100, so from 1000, 200 is for the creditors, 250 is for the bills payable. So you're left with from 1000 you will minus 450. Now plus you must have added some margin on that, so I will reduce the margin also. So basically I am coming to the cost of stock. So this is the cost of stock. So less margin, you will get the cost of stock. Now, so you have some debtors, some are ineligible debtors, like similar to bad debts. Then from debtors you will reduce your margin. Now when you reduce the margin, you get your actual debtors. So when you add stock ka figure, when you add debtors ka figure together, it is called as drawing power. Cool. Then accounts where there is an erosion in the value of security or fraud committed by the borrower. Account where there is an erosion. Now listen, if a fraud is committed or the value is reduced, like fraud is committed, so directly you treat them as doubtful or loss, okay. So it is not appropriate to follow the stages of asset classification. Like you will not go with standard, substandard, doubtful, or straight away you classify them as doubtful or loss asset. Now if the realizable value is less than 50%, you will treat them as doubtful. If the realizable value is less than 10%, you will treat them as loss asset. It may be either written off or fully provided by the bank. Matlab you create a provision. So this they can ask you in MCQ. Cool. Now advances, again term deposits, NSC, KVPs. NSC is a National Savings Certificates, KVPs is Kisan Vikas Patra, IVP is Indira Gandhi Vikas Patra, okay. So it says advances against above never be treated as NPA, provide adequate margin is available in the accounts, because those are most secured government security. M is consortium advances. M. N is calculation of drawing power. Then O is accounts where the value or where there is erosion in the value of security. Okay. Now we are doing P. So in P you say if the advances against the term deposits, NSCs, KVPs, you will never treat them as NPA even if it is outstanding for more than 90 days. Provide adequate margin is available in the accounts. Okay. Now adequate margin means like 8,000 ka loan you have taken on the value of 10,000 rupees, but the interest you have delayed the charges, it increased to 2,500. So 8,000 ka loan you have to pay, 2,500 is your interest and other charges, it is increasing 10,500, right? Then you will treat them as NPA. Generally you will never treat it as NPA, but if it exceeding, like adequate margin is there, you will never treat them as NPA. If it is exceeding the value, then you will treat it as NPA. Okay, very important MCQ. Now, agricultural advances affected by natural calamities, okay, like Kerala, Kedarnath. So RBI has given a lot of norms for that. RBI comes up with different notifications. Okay, so bank may decide on their own that conversion of short-term loan into long-term. If you have given short-term, convert them into long-term, or you can reschedule the repayment period and sanction fresh short-term loan. So you can't. You are a farmer, because of flood, your crops have been destroyed. So what we do, we reschedule your repayment or we give fresh loan. Now the NPA classification will be as per new loan. So in the above case, the NPA classification will be governed by the reschedulement terms. Reschedulement terms means the new loan what we are given. Advances to staff. Now I am an HDFC bank, you are my staff, you are working with us. So here we have a loan like a banker also, as an employer also. Now you want a Shadi ka loan. So we give Shadi loan to every employee. So Shadi loan would be shown in the heading subheading others under the schedule other assets. Whereas imagine you have taken a home loan from us, okay, as a banker we have given you. So you are like a normal customer. So we will treat you under the heading advances portfolio, under advances. So if you have taken as an employer-employee relationship, it would be included in the heading others. If you have taken as a customer and the banker, it will be included in the advance ka thing. Now when you take a loan as employer-employee, what happens? You have to pay the principal first. First you will pay the principal. Interest you will pay afterwards, okay. Now when you have paid only the principal, 90 days have passed, only principal is paid, your account will not be treated as NPA, because the rule is such only that first you have to pay principal. Interest would be paid later on. Okay. Now in later on, if you have defaulted for 90 days, then we will treat you as NPA. Okay. In case of housing loan or any similar advances granted to staff members, where the interest is payable after the recovery of principal, such interest need not be considered as overdue from the first quarter onwards. Such loan will be treated as NPA only if there is a default in repayment of installment of principal or payment of interest on respective due date, like whenever it falls due. Okay. Agriculture advances. Long duration crops, short duration crops. Long duration crops means which takes more than 1 year to grow. Short duration means which takes less than or equal to 1 year. A crop season for less than or equal to 1 year. You will treat them as NPA if the principal or interest remains overdue for one crop season. Here, you will treat them as NPA only if the installment of principal or interest remains overdue for two crop season. One crop season, two crop season. More than 1 year, it is less than or equal to 1 year. So the first point is a definition. Second point is a rule for the NPA. Understood? Now, how as an auditor you would verify advances? Now it's a audit procedure, like 4-5 answers are there only for procedures. So you need to ratify this point. We did this is called as verify only, verify. V is validity of the amounts, like valuation you are checking. E, the third point, verify that there are no unrecorded amounts of advances, existence. There are no unrecorded amounts, existence you are checking. R means what, sir? Right means you check documents. So examining the loan documents, you check the documents. Sir, I, is there any charge? So reviewing the appropriate position towards advances have been made as per the RBI norms. F, schedule 3 followed. That means whether advances have been properly disclosed, classified and described as per the relevant authority. Presentation requirement. Now same point you will copy here. The auditor can obtain SAI about the advance by studying and evaluating the ICS, by the study and evaluation of ICS to relating to advances, and by A, B, C, D, E. You copy A, B, C, D again from the top. Now, next point. How as an auditor you will verify income? Now bank get income on accrual basis, but in case of NPA you will book them as on cash basis. If any income was booked for NPA, you will reverse them or you will create a provision for that. So it says the auditor should see that there are no unrecorded income and all the income is recorded in the proper account and is allocated to proper period. The auditor should see that any income, if it exceeds more than 1%, of the total income of the bank on gross basis, or if it exceeds net profit on the net basis, like after reducing the expenses, okay, shall be recognized on accrual basis as per AS 9. So for the purpose of MCQ, they can ask not an important point. Exceeding 1% for gross also, exceeding 1% on net basis also. Okay, you have to book it on accrual basis as per AS 9. However, bank should recognize the income on accrual basis as it is earned. But however, in case of NPA, you will recognize on cash basis. Okay, now we are repeating this point again. Advances against term deposit KVP should be treated as NPA only. Should not be treated as NPA provided adequate margin is available. We did that point. For KVPs, NVP, you will treat them as regular only. You will not treat them as NPA provided adequate margin is available. The auditor should verify. When we say you should check, that means auditor should check bills for collection, letter of credit, bank guarantee, or on test basis. Test means sample basis. Now, reversal of income. Reversal of income. Now see, generally we follow accrual basis, but for NPA we follow cash basis. But if I have booked some NPA, I will reverse it. I will reverse it. If some, I will reverse the interest. I will reverse any commission, charges, etc. Whatever I have recorded, I will reverse it that. If some income is wrongly credited to the account, it is not my income. It was some other bank income. I will reverse that also, because the heading is what? Reversal of income. It says if any advances become NPA at the year end, the entire interest accrued and credited to income account in the past should be reversed or provided for the same is not realized. This will also apply to government guaranteed advances. This will also apply to government guaranteed advances. Okay. In respect of NPA, all the fees, commissions, any similar income which was accrued, which has ceased to accrue because of NPA, which shall also be reversed. If any wrong income was recognized, you will create provision or you will reverse that. Again, point number 4 is repeated. If there are large debits in the interest income account, but there were no credits, you will ask the management to reverse the same. Make these changes. You will ask the management. Here it is management. You will ask the management. Okay. Now, how as an auditor you will verify the income from investment? Sir, interest income, it will be considered in P&L. Profit and sale of investment will also be taken to P&L only. Like for normal people, we take it in reserves. But for bank, it is an ordinary course of business. Now you treat them as in P&L only. Okay. Remember this MCQ. Except the dividend income from subsidiary or joint venture in India or abroad. You will not treat them as NPA. I don't know the logic, you need to mug it up. Dividend income from subsidiaries or joint venture in India and abroad will not be treated in the P&L. Maybe you will treat them into, where do you treat dividend income? 1 second. Yeah. Other income. You treat them into other income, other sources basically. Yeah, for the banking, no, I'm talking from the income tax perspective. Okay. It says how as an auditor you will verify the expenses. Now for bank, the expense is basically interest giving, like interest. So bank gives interest on the savings account. So now it's a normal audit procedure answer. You can write anything, whatever you want. I have written 5-6 points here. In model, they have given around 14-15 points. The auditor should see is there any change in the interest rate on saving deposits, term deposits during the year. He should understand the computation of average balance and recompute the same on sample basis, like minimum balance, AQB we say, average quarterly balance, every saving account holder needs to maintain. Now, the auditor should see whether the expenses and the document, the reason for variances as per the benchmark study. There is some expenses which has incurred, which is more than budgeted. You will understand the reason for that. He would check the average rate of interest paid in the previous years compared with the current year. The auditor should see the entries for interest expanded and are automatically generated through CBS system, core banking system. CBS means core banking system, this word. CBS means core banking system. The auditor should analyze the various types of deposits at the year end. Then, one more question is what are the initial considerations? You will read directly from the book. It's a direct question. 14th. How as an auditor you will understand the risk management process in case of a bank. This I have told you, it has come in the exam and it's a similar answer as per internal control system chapter also. Like when you frame a control system, internal control system, you remember 5 things. Control environment, my classroom. Things are getting stolen, risk assessment. We applied CCTV, control activities. My staff will communicate to me, information and communication. I will watch it on the mobile, monitoring. So headings are important. One line you can explain it. Headings are important. Okay. This also came in the paper. What other reports the auditor will rely on while doing bank audit? So obviously you will check last year audit report. You will check RBI ka latest inspection report by the RBI. You will check any bank official ka inspection report, internal audit report, concurrent audit report, report on verification of securities. Plus you will check any internal audit ka report or annual financial inspection report. So 7 reports are there. Remember 5, 6 at least. Okay. Chapter is over. 1, 2, 4 questions from the module. This much is there in bank audit. Weightage is minimum 4. It can go to 6 also, 8 also, 10 also, because there's a probability they can ask you the big MCQs from this chapter also. So minimum is 4. Chapter is over. Bye. So guys, we're starting with nature of audit today. Nature, objective and scope of audit. Okay. Very simple topic. It comes for 6 plus 2 plus 2 correct incorrect MCQ. This is basic of audit basically. Okay. So now basically when we talk about audit, we have two kinds of audit: internal audit and stat audit. Yeah, stat audit we call it as external audit also. Internal audit is done by the internal auditor, it is appointed by the management. Stat audit is done by the stat auditor appointed by the members. That is CA plus COP. It is basically routine checking of routine things and giving suggestions for improvements. Here basically we analyze the FS of the company. The internal auditor is appointed by the management. He can be an employee also. Okay, it is connected by CE plus COP, and the stat auditor is appointed by members. Now, the users of the report are basically management here. The users of the report are basically shareholders, your stakeholders you can say. The scope is held by the management. The scope is held by statute. Check the spelling of statute is STATUTE, statute. Okay. Now the next question says qualities of an auditor. When we talk about qualities of an auditor, when we say qualification CA plus COP, qualities may write your basic qualities also. Like the auditor should have the knowledge of what? Laws like Contract Act, Insurance Act, etc. He should have the knowledge of economic trends, direct and indirect tax, GST laws, customs, accounting standards, accounting principle, accounting techniques. You should also have certain personal qualities, like you can write your own qualities like common sense, very important, reliability, trust, objectivity, independence, integrity, caution, tag, firmness, team spirit, any 5-6 points you can write here. Okay. Now very important question, very important. Either you see this in MCQ or correct incorrect or a descriptive 2-mark answer. What is the basic objective of audit? So you write as per SA 200, overall objectives of an independent auditor. The overall objectives of the auditor are 2. First, to obtain reasonable assurance that the FS are free from material misstatement. To obtain reasonable assurance that the FS are free from material misstatement, or sorry, and when you are obtaining the reasonable assurance, to report on the FS and communicate as required by the SA in accordance with the auditor's finding. To report on the FS and communicate as required by the SAs. Please make the changes as required by the SAs in accordance with the auditor's finding. Done? To report on the SA standards on auditing as required by the standards on auditing. Yeah, as required by SAs. To report on the FS and communicate as required by the standards on auditing in accordance with the auditor's finding. Then cool. Now, what are the aspects to be covered in audit? Like it's a very generic answer, you can write directly also. Like what are the aspects? So you will check everything. So you can write vouching verification also. So you will check the income, expenses, assets, liabilities. You will check the arithmetical accuracy. So you will check the system, accounting system, internal control system. You will check the vouchers and supporting documents. You will check assets, liabilities. You will check statutory requirements. You will check the distinguishes made between the capital and the revenue items. You will check the validity, reliability, authenticity of the transaction. So if you are confused what to write, use vouching verification. Check income, expenses, assets, liabilities, transaction is genuine, not bogus. All those things you can use it. Look at the generic answer. Now, advantages, important benefits of audit, features of audit, characteristics of audit. Why do we do audit, sir? It safeguards the financial interests of the stakeholders like bankers, creditors, prospective investors. It also keeps a moral check on the employees of the company. Then it helps in settling the loans for, settling the liabilities for taxes. It helps in settling trade dispute. It helps in obtaining bank loans. It helps in reduction of wastages and losses. Okay, so these are the advantages of audit. Maybe they can ask. Maybe they can ask. Next question: auditing versus investigation. Important repetitive question. Audit is done by auditor. Investigation is done by investigator. When we talk about audit, the qualification is CA plus COP. In investigation, there is no qualification as such. Okay, any expert can become. Your scope is set by the law. Here the scope is set by the appointing authority. Okay. Now it is conducted annually. It is done as per the requirements. It could be for a quarter or for a half year. Whatever evidence you collect in audit, it is basically persuasive. Persuasive means convincing. Here we say it is conclusive in nature because you are finding the facts, right? Investigation. The auditor is appointed by the members. Here the investigator is appointed by the management, shareholders, or any competent authority. Now here we check basically accounts. Here basically it is an in-depth examination. Okay, critical and in-depth examination. Okay. Now, what different kinds of audit? What different kinds of audit is required under various law? So Companies Act में it is basically stat audit. Okay, Companies Act में it is stat audit. So Companies Act के हिसाब से you will do Companies Act का audit. Plus you will have banking companies का as per Banking Regulation Act 1949. Electricity company का Electricity Companies Act, Electricity Supply Act 1948. Corporate Society में as per Corporate Societies Act 1912. Public and Charitable Trust as per Religious Endowment Act. Income tax audit under Income Tax Act 1961. Okay, so these are the different types of audit applicable in different laws. So it's a direct answer, 2 mark, 3 mark question. As an auditor, what? Companies as per Companies Act 2013, right? This is not relevant law because the act is there. No? Companies audit as per Companies Act 2013. Or they can frame a case also. Mr. Ram is there, is the MD of the company. He wants to know what different kinds of audit as an auditor you can do. So I can do this kinds of audit. So they can ask you direct question or they can give you go around the bush also. Now, operational audit ka answer very rare in the relevant tag. No, you have to write actual name. You have to write actual name. Then only you will get marks. No? Relevant, I'll write everywhere. Banking as per relevant, insurance as per relevant. No? You can't write like that. You have to write everything correct. Operational audit very rare at this time. Operational audit means audit of operations of the entity. Just remember the definition. Operational audit means operations of the entity, like purchase ka audit, sales ka audit, marketing audit, stock audit, fixed asset audit. That's basically operations of the entity. So you can skip this answer. Now, explain the relationship between audit and behavioral science. Important. See, always remember, audit has a relationship with everyone. Accounts ke, law, audit has a relationship with accounts, law, economics, maths, stats, everywhere. The most important, audit has a relationship with behavioral science. Like when we go for audit, we find different people have different kind of behavior. You can't abuse them, you can't shout at them. Calmly you have to get the data from them. The field of audit involves review of various assertions. Assertions means assumptions in both financial as well as non-financial information, with a view to prove the accuracy of such assertions and to express opinion on the same. So you will check whether machine is there existing or not, whether the machine has a value or not. That's basically assertion, valuation, existence, right, ownership, obligation. And then you have to give the opinion. That's a basic feature. The function of audit can be performed only the person has good knowledge about the fields in respect of which he is conducting audit. Therefore, the discipline of behavioral science is closely linked to the subject of audit. So you're like, even if you're getting angry, you can't shout on the client. You have to be like, sir, please give the data. You have to keep smiling every time. The auditor is required to interact with a lot of people in the organization, so that the knowledge of human behavior is very important, very essential for the auditor to do his duties. So he should have the knack, that is skill of getting along with the personnel of the entity. Like as a teacher, so many students we get. Some students are very studious, some are very naughty, some do a lot of mischief, some keep on asking doubt, some do not ask doubt, some do not write notes. But we can't shout. We have to be like, it's okay, please write, it's your future. So that is basically human behavior. So same way auditor, you also need to have that human behavior quality. Okay. So this is also important answer. Now, descriptive answer very rare. Statement and guidance note, MCQ they can ask, or they can ask you correct and correct. Statements are mandatory, like accounting standards. Okay, accounting principles, standards on auditing, those are mandatory. Guidance notes are recommendatory. Statements are mandatory, guidance notes are recommendatory. Okay, just remember this much. Now, very important, sir, what are the basic principles of governing audit? BPGA. So what are the basic principles governing audit? So when you talk about principles, those are siddhant, usul, adarsh. You follow throughout your life. if you're a new auditor, if you're an old auditor, if you're a senior chartered accountant, if you're a new chartered accountant doing small audit, big audit, any audit, there are 9 principles you have to follow every time. So as per SA 200, overall objectives of an independent auditor following are the BPGA, basic principles governing audit. My first is I, independence, objectivity and integrity. You have to be honest, sincere and straightforward towards your work. Confidentiality. The facts of one client should not be disclosed to the another client. That's confidentiality. C, skills and competence. The auditor should perform the professional work with due skill and care. With due skill and care. You have to use your brain. Work performed by this. The auditor can use WPBO. He can rely on the same. But he should check, verify, review the same because he remains responsible for expression of opinion. Because eventually the auditor has to give opinion. So if I am a stat auditor, I am using the work of internal auditor. My duty is to check it. I can't rely it blindly. I am the head auditor. I am checking the branch auditors. So branch auditor will give the report to me. I have to check that report. I can't rely blindly on that. Because at the end, for opinion, I would be responsible. I can see what? Undo. Undo is audit evidence. The auditor should collect audit evidence to form basis for his opinion. Pandu. The auditor should plan his work to complete the audit in a timely manner. Don't do. The auditor should document all the important matters related to audit. Pandu, undo, pandu, don't do. Cannot. Conclusion and reporting. The auditor concludes in the form of an opinion report to the shareholders. C. System. How many systems are there? 2 systems, AS and ICS. AS is set up by the management and ICS is also set up by the management, but both the systems are evaluated by the auditor. Both the systems are evaluated by the auditor. This question can come for 5 marks in case if it comes, or they can ask you 4 principles, 5 principles also. Okay. Now, we do these questions 2, 4, 5, 7 later on from the book. First we finish the content of the notes. 2, 4, 5, 7. Okay, we do it later on. Important answer, FATO, inherent limitation of audit. FATO. Like even if you're a rank 1, 100 marks in audit, can you detect the entire fraud of a company? Tell me, can you detect the fraud of the company? You are left out. You are left out with some or the other thing. Why? Because sir, I can't reduce the audit risk to 0, but I can reduce it to an acceptable low level because of the reason of inherent limitations. So as per SA 200 overall objectives in auditor, the auditor cannot reduce the audit risk to 0 and therefore cannot obtain absolute assurance. We always obtain reasonable assurance that the FS are free from the material misstatement whether due to fraud or error. This is because there are certain inherent limitations of audit. Now inherent limitations are FATO. F, financial reporting. F is what? Financial reporting. A, nature of audit procedures. T, timeliness of financial reporting and balance between benefit and cost. Balance between benefit and cost. O, others. O is other matters. Mark other matters specifically is important. They have asked this in exam also. What are the other matters? What are the other matters for inherent limitations? Okay. Now nature of financial reporting. Like if I am doing a banking company audit, if I am doing a normal company audit, if I am doing insurance audit, like the scope is different, the act is different. I have to think like, now for me, they are all our clients. I am a human. Obviously some or the other errors I may make. I'm not saying that we will make definitely, but I may make, right? That's because nature of financial reporting. Plus listed company we have to give quarterly statements, like quarterly report. For a normal company we have to give an annual report. Like quarterly you have to be updated so much that my audit is proper. But obviously there are certain things which is left out. That is called nature of financial reporting. Audit procedure. Now for example, when evidence is in Bihar, one evidence is in UP, one evidence is in Calcutta, I can't travel everywhere to collect evidence. So I will rely on the management, right? So there's a possibility that the management and others may not provide complete information to the auditor, and hence the auditor will be unable to obtain audit evidence, right? So that is audit procedures. So because I can't check everything for every client, every data, right? So that's the nature of audit procedure. T, timeliness of financial reporting and the balance between benefit and cost. Now if a client is giving me 1 lakh rupees of audit fees and one client is giving me 10 lakh rupees of audit fees, my more reliability will be on the client. I would do more work for the client who is giving me more fees, right? So collecting evidence for each and every transaction becomes expensive in terms of time and money. Therefore the auditor collects persuasive evidence. Persuasive means like convincing evidence rather than conclusive evidence, okay? So what are the other factors? So one reason could be fraud. Like I am told to check the document evidence. Documents are there, but those are bogus transactions, fake transactions. They had made expenses, they had made payment and then collected the cash. So I can't detect that. Existence and of related party transactions. Like we have told that RPT has to be on arm's length price. Now as an auditor, I will not know ALP for like every kind of business. Like for example, I'm doing Bata ka audit or Nike ka audit. So for that ALP could be different. Now when I go to do Tupperware audit, for them ALP is different. When I do TBZ audit, the ALP is different. Now they are saying we have done related party transaction, this is a ALP. But as an auditor, I can't remember everything. What is ALP for each kind of business? Like for example, any electronic company, laptop wala company, HP ho gaya, Dell ho gaya. So the ALP would be different there also. Some would be in hundreds, some would be in thousands, some would be in lakhs. So as an auditor, there are certain things I can't detect it. So non-compliance of laws, like labor laws, maternity benefit act, child labor act, uska, there is no effect on the financial statement. Eventually, if an order is passed, the business would be closed, but it will be having an effect in the long run. But if child labor act is not complied, can you see anything in the FS? No, it's a financial, I mean, it's an inherent limitation. Maternity benefit act, some compliance is not there. Factors act, some compliance they have not done. It can't be detected. Okay, then GC, future events, like for example, the company is doing business today, but if the government passes any order in between, like for example, oil marketing companies, okay, we will stop your supply. We were doing, my client was doing a business in China, order is passed in between. So I would never come to know all those things. So future events are conditions that may cause an entity to cease to continue as GC as per SA 570. Cease, CEASE, cease. Okay. Audit is only of financial statements. Yes, yes. Okay. So other matters, important questions separately they have asked in the exam. Sir, what are the threats to a professional accountant? Sir, Irafi. So in the book, I have given 2 to 3 examples. You have to read those examples. I'm explaining those. We call this Irafi, interest. Like my interest is there. If I'm earning 1 lakh rupee, 70,000 only one client is giving me. So out of my 100 rupees, 70% is one client. So even if they are doing some adverse opinion, if the adverse opinion is coming or qualified opinion is coming, I will not give, because my dependence is on that client, right? Interest. Review. An engagement team member have recently been the director or employee of the client. So we were auditing Reliance Limited. Now you were the director of the Reliance. You left the company and you came and joined my firm. You said, sir, you are auditing Reliance. What opinion is coming? I said, adverse opinion. Sir, don't do adverse opinion now. I asked why. Sir, you are saying, sir, my gratuity is left out. My pension is pending. My PF ka amount is pending. So if you give adverse, sir, Mukesh Ambani will get angry and he will not give me. So sir, please don't do that. So when I am doing the review, an engagement team member is stopping me. That's a threat. Advocacy. So I became client's advocation in advocate in litigation. Like for example, Reliance had some dispute with Adani. So Mukesh, I'm the auditor of Reliance. Mukesh called me and said, okay, do one thing. Please do canvassing for us. Canvassing means like praising the client in front of others. Okay. So I'm saying to Adani, hey Gotia, Gautam, this is Mukesh, a very nice person, very nice company. I know they are not nice, but still I have to do it because my auditorship is at threat. Okay, it's at stake. That's called advocacy. You're advising. Familiarity, accepting gifts, hospitality. I am auditing them Taj hotels. So the opinion is qualified. Taj people are giving me free stay there. So take free stay wherever you want. So definitely I will give clean opinion there. That's familiarity threats. Intimidation. They are threatening me, sir, we will replace you, we will replace you. That's called intimidation threat. So the code is IRAFI. I, interest, R, review, A, advocacy, F, familiarity, I, intimidation. So probably they can ask you as an MCQ, they can give you examples and identify the threat, or they'll give you the threat, identify with the example. Okay, IRAFI. Now, so few things you have to do it from the module. Essay 210 is there, 220 is there, we do it from our notes, and 2 questions from the module that you have to do. Safeguards to the threats also from the notes. So these 3 questions from the notes and 2, 4, 5, 7 from the book. Let's do from the book 2, 4, 5, 7. Page number 55, 2, 4, 5, 7. Okay. Now, standards collectively known as engagement standards issued by ASBA. So, ASBA is an auditing and assurance standard boards. They have given some standards. So, first one is SA. MCQ it will be useful. SA is used for auditing of historical financial statements. Like whatever we prepare the FS, we prepare FS on past basis. That's called historical. Okay, and we follow essays to audit that. So essays are used for auditing of historical financial information. SRE is used for the review of historical financial information. Review of historical financial information. Audit of historical, review of historical. SAE is used Audit is like you give opinion. Review में you don't give opinion. No. Review में you don't give opinion. Like you have done the audit. Now you are coming to me, sir. Please can you just check one thing? I said okay. So I'm reviewing your audit report. I'm reviewing your data. That's review. SAE, standards on assurance engagements, is to be applied in assurance engagement dealing with subject matters other than historical. Like when you give prepare the data, when you prepare prospectus, okay, when you prepare budgets, you're signing that. That's other than historical financial, like future. So SA, SRE, SAE, SRS. So when you are preparing holding subsidiary accounts, when you're doing consolidation for a client, you're not auditing, you're just doing the consolidation. So SRAs to be applied to the engagements involving application agreed upon procedure to information and compilation engagement and other related services. That is called as SRS. Okay. Now, next question, self-revealing errors came in the paper in the last attempt, self-revealing errors. So in the module in fraud chapter they have given, so we do it again here. So self-revealing error means the errors which cannot be seen apparently, which can be seen apparently, okay. अपने आप the error comes out, that is called self-revealing error. Now for example, omission to post a part of journal entry to the ledger. So what will happen? Sir, trial balances will not tally. Now, wrong totaling of the purchase register. So my sundry creditor account will disagree. A failure to record in the cash book amount paid into or withdrawn from the bank. My BRS will not tally. Amount received from X credit to the account of Y. So their personal accounts will not tally. So these are the errors. So this you can write it in your own words. These are the examples. So they had asked definition of errors and along with the example. So there are errors, the existence of which becomes apparent in the process of compilation of accounts. Like apne aap it comes out. Okay. So this is the example. These are the errors. This much only you have to remember. You can cancel below. Cut. Okay. 2, 4, 5. Professional skepticism. Okay, direct answer, theory answer. Professional skepticism, they can use the word SKEPT also or SCEPT also. Professional skepticism means basically questioning mind, being alert throughout the audit. It's a direct descriptive answer. Okay, you need to ratify that. Sir, professional skepticism is an attitude that includes a questioning mind. Sir, why this? How this happened? What is this? Why? When? Where? Who? Okay. And being alert to the conditions that may indicate possible misstatement due to fraud or error. Number 2, please mark whatever I have marked in case if it is not marked. Professional skepticism is necessary for the critical assessment of audit evidence. Like when you're checking evidence, you have to be alert throughout. Third, it includes consideration of SAI. So what is SAI? Sufficient appropriate audit evidence obtained in the light of circumstance. That's your third point. Fourth, while obtaining reasonable assurance, the auditor is responsible for maintaining skepticism throughout the audit. So this can come into MCQ. When do we need to maintain professional skepticism? Start, during, at the end, we need to maintain throughout the audit. 4 points. Okay. Now 7. Objectives and auditing, objectives and the functions of ASBA. Sir, what will ASBA do? Sir, they will review the existing emerging auditing practices. So they will formulate the engagement standards on quality control and essays. Formulate means they will make. They will review the existing statements and standards on the auditing. They will develop guidance note. They will review guidance notes. They will formulate general clarification whenever necessary. They will issue technical guides, practice manual, studies and other papers. Direct question, objective and functions of ASBA. Whatever I have marked, you have to study that much only. Please check the marking. Done? Cool. Now come to the essay wala questions. There are 4 or 5 points what we have marked in essays 210 and 220. 210 and 220. Page 63. Okay. Now, objectives of the essay. Objective of essay 210, that is agreeing the terms of engagement. So what you have to see, sir, establishing that whether precondition of audit are present and confirming that there is a common understanding between the auditor management and the TCWG. This is my first objectives of essay 210. That's the first point. Okay. Factors affecting engagement acceptance. So I think we have written here that if preconditions for audit are not present, you will discuss the matter with the management. Unless it is required by law or regulation to do so, the auditor should not accept any proposed audit engagement. So now, for example, if management is restricting the rights, if the management is restricting the right before the audit only, like before you have not accepted the audit, so what will you say? Sir, thank you. You go your way, I go my way. You will not accept the audit. Okay. So in this point number 2, only one point was important, that if there's a restriction on scope of the engagement, you will not accept the audit. Finish. Third, what are the contents of engagement letter? Contents of engagement letter. So this can be a question. Sir, what I will write? Objective and scope of audit, responsibilities of auditor, responsibility of management, which FRF is applicable, and how should the audit report be prepared. Content, reference to the expected form and content of the report. Okay. Now, fourth point, generally we give engagement letter same, but at times the engagement letter is also revised. When do we revise the engagement letter? This is also an exam question. Sir, any A to G, any indication that the management misunderstands the scope, objective of the audit, any revised or special terms of engagement, okay, change in the management, change in ownership, change in law, change in FRF, that's financial reporting framework, change in other reporting requirements, A to G. Okay. Now, acceptance of a change in terms of audit engagement, which provides lower assurance. Like for example, if the management is saying, sir, you don't do this audit, you don't go there, you don't visit branches. So first you will understand the justification. If the terms of the engagements are changed and it is justified, you will agree to the new terms. If the auditor is unable to agree to the change terms because it is unjustified, what you can do? You can withdraw from the engagement wherever possible, or determine whether there is an obligation when you withdraw. So whether you were to report to the shareholders, to the TCWG, or to the CAG in case of government companies. Have you written this, all this? Write that. I remember that I've dictated that while we were doing this. Done? I have written on top nothing. Cool. I have a mic with me. You can talk to me. No, I didn't wrote. Nothing. Yeah, this is the question.
And what's written on the bottom? What's written at the bottom of the page?
Have you written this preconditions for accepting my engagement? Write this point as what are the preconditions for accepting audit engagements? And dictate the answer for that. write their first point, determine that whether FRF is acceptable. Determine is acceptable. Number two, determine whether management acknowledges its responsibility. Determine whether management acknowledges its responsibility. In that, write A, subpoint A. Now, in that, write whether preparation of FS,
Yeah.
is as per applicable FRF. Preparation of FS
Yeah.
is as per applicable FRF. B, whether internal control, right there, whether internal control necessary to prepare FS is established by the management. Then third, to provide the auditor with first point, in that first point, okay, access to all information second, additional information that the auditor may request. Third, unrestricted access to persons within the entity.
Okay.
Cool? Now, so 210 is done. Sorry. 220. Have you written these questions? Because we have done direct questions for essays. So for 220, just do let's do these questions. So now when we do revision, we do only the questions of the essays which have come in the paper. So I think we have written this 11 and 38. Have you written this? So because all 54 questions we are supposed to do. So right here, refer question 38 and question 11. Refer question 11 and refer question 38. Okay. Now come to question number 11. I'll tell you the page number. Is this one, page 373. Page 373. So repeated question from this essay. Please do a tick mark. Whatever you're revising with me, please do tick mark. Okay. You can talk to me.
So it's okay. We are doing it right now. Okay. Now see. So direct question, just put a tick mark here.
Which assists the auditor in accepting and continuing our relationship with the client. Or different question, I mean the same question but that in a different form. See, rather an engagement partner wants to take decision regarding acceptance and continuance of an audit engagement, which information he should obtain before accepting engagement. Yeah, circle it. You can circle it. Now, so all this is written in essay 220. That is the name of the essay, quality control for an audit of FS. So essay number is 220, quality control for audit of FS. So the auditor should obtain information which is necessary before accepting an engagement with a new client or whether to continue an existing client when considering acceptance of new engagement with an existing client. Now what factors you should consider? Like Vijay Mallya, Nirav Modi and Ratan Tata. I will not accept Vijay Mallya, Nirav Modi, I will accept Ratan Tata. Integrity of the owners, key management and TCWG. Whether I have necessary staff, like my all articles are gone for exam, so I can't accept any new engagement. So whether engagement team is competent to perform the engagement including time and resources available. Whether the firm and engagement team can comply with relevant ethical requirements. If my firms or my wife holds some shares in a company, or if I hold some shares in a company, I can't do that audit. My ethical requirements will not be complied. Fourth, like previously we were doing your company audit, but now you did not give us the fees, or maybe you are shouting on us unnecessarily. So we will discontinue from you, right? So significant matters that have arisen during the current or the previous engagement which impact their continuing the relationship. So these are the 4 factors when you accept a new client or when you're continuing with the old client. So you consider all these 4 factors. Okay, this is 11. 38. Circle that also. So it says the engagement partner shall take the responsibility for the overall quality of the audit engagement to which each partner is assigned. Discuss as per essay. Okay. Now when I say the engagement partner shall take the responsibility of overall quality of audit. Now from our office, whoever goes to do the audit, he is called as the engagement partner. Okay. The relationship between the CA firm and the client is called as engagement. Now, sir, whether the auditor should check, I mean the engagement partner should see performing the work that complies with professional standards, regulatory and legal requirements, whether it is complying with professional, legal and regulatory requirements, whether the firms complying with firms quality control procedures, issuing the reports which are appropriate in the circumstances, and engagement team's ability to raise concern without any fear of reprisals. Like I will tell to my team, if you have a problem when we are doing audit, please tell us. Don't be scared, okay? And the fact that the quality is very essential in performing the audit engagement. Who will be responsible for this? Engagement partner would be responsible for this. Sir, engagement partner means the person who represents the CA firm when he goes for the audit. Like for example, we have 3 partners A, B, C. B goes and do the audit of Reliance. So B would be called as the engagement partner. So 2 questions, 11 and 38. Okay, from this chapter is over.
Not everything like a past question. See, in that there are a certain extra stuff also. But like I say, is not asking any such questions. So do this 54 questions thoroughly. Out of 50, I think 18, 20 will be doing in class itself when we revise. Okay. So chapter is over. Bye.
It's usually hard to score in or something.
So now we are starting with audit of items of FS. Items of FS basically in the model it's a 100-page chapter. So it's on you, rather you study 100 pages or you study one common answer. Anyways, I say I'm gonna ask you one question only, okay? So basically this is chapter number 9 from the module. This is vouching and verification. So remember, vouching is of the examination of the transaction. Verification is examination of balances. Here it is checking of P&L items, here it is checking of balance sheet items. It is here checking of documentary evidence, here documentary evidence and physical verification. It is done throughout the year, it is done end of the year. Done by the junior staff, done by the senior staff. So if they ask you a question on vouching verification, answer same. Comment vouching verification, answer same. Definition of vouching, distinguish between vouching verification, whatever they ask, answer remains the same. Okay. Now, how to vouch? The common answer of different entities. Let's try to revise if you, in case you remember it. V, vouchers. O, over the current period of time. U, under competent authority. C, capital or revenue expenditure or receipts. H, has been recorded in books of accounts. Okay, vouch is there. So vouch, you will, it is a basically structure. So you need to accordingly change the answer. Like for example, they're asking rent expenses. How would you check rent expenses? So the auditor should check the vouchers like rent agreement, bank statement, etc. If they're asking about electricity expenses, the auditor should check the vouchers like electricity bill, bank statement, etc. GST paid. So the auditor should check the vouchers like GST, challan, bank statement, etc. So accordingly, you have to change. I have given you the structure, but you have to modify accordingly. Or else study 100 pages from the model. Choice is yours. Okay. After vouch, we'll write 3 more extra points. Check the transaction is genuine and not bogus. Check whether transaction is genuine and not bogus. Check whether personal expenses is not charged to penal. This have come from section 143(1). Check for frauds. Check for frauds. If yes, qualify the report. So fraud is a common point. In case if you forget anything, always remember fraud. You can add it everywhere. Fraud can be added everywhere. Okay. Now, only for income, one more point is there. AS9 revenue recognition. AS9 revenue recognition. AS16 borrowing cost. You don't have to write the content of AS9 and AS16. You just give a reference. Refer AS9, refer AS16 borrowing cost. Now, the iPad screen got stuck. 1 minute. Now, how to verify? Now, when we say verify, the code is verify. V, valuation. E, existence. R is the right. I, is there any charge? F, schedule 3 followed. Y, yo, check for frauds. Verify. Okay. Now, so I'll give you an example also. For example, if there's a question on how would you verify any machinery. Okay. So V is valuation. The auditor should check the valuation is done as per relevant AS. So if you remember the AS number, that's AS10, PP, plant property equipment. E, the auditor should check whether the machinery is in existence by conducting physical verification. R, the auditor should see whether the asset is a right of the company by checking documentary evidence. I, the auditor should see is there any charge on the asset. If yes, it should be disclosed and also it should be registered with ROC. F, the auditor should see whether the machinery ka, schedule 3 requirements are followed. Y, the auditor should check for frauds. U. Cool. Now, distinguish between reserves and provisions. So reserves is appropriation of profit. Provisions is charge against profit. Appropriation of profit, charge against profit. It is a part of shareholders' funds. It's a part of current liability. Here, see, you have to create reserves either when there's a profit. Sorry, you have to create reserves only when there's a profit. You will create provision either it's profit or loss. Example: general reserve, securities premium, CRR. Here, provision for doubtful debts, depreciation, income tax, anything you can write. 3 mark, 4 mark answer. Important question asked twice, thrice in the exams. Examples of capital expenditure. Examples of capital expenditure. Now, examples means they have asked clearly examples. So write example. Don't go around the bush. Don't explain expenditure. Don't explain what is capital expenditure. Just write straight away examples. So material and wages when it done for the construction of building or machinery, it's a capex. Legal expenses incurred for the purchase of land, it's a capex. Land or building. Okay. Freight, it's a capex. 1 second.
Tell me. Doubt? Okay.
Now, freight, it's a capex when it is incurred in respect of a plant and machinery. Major repairs, if it increases the productivity, it's your capex. Wages on installation of plant and machinery is your capex. Interest paid for the qualification period, that is before the asset is constructed, it is your capex. So 6 points, 7 points, straight away examples. Write the name of the example and explain it. Okay. Common point, it is a capex when it is incurred for so and so. Now, securities premium. So here it comes, all this part is common with your law part also. Securities premium. Securities premium can be used only for 5 purposes. Securities premium can be used only for 5 purposes. What are the 5 purposes? Redemption of preference shares and debentures, writing of preliminary expenses, writing of share and debenture, issue expenses, bonus shares, buybacks of shares. Section number is 52. If section 52 is contravened, if you have used sec prim for any of this purpose, you have contravened section 52. You have contravened section 52. Then, shares at discount. When it is contravened, like for example, if you give dividend out of sec prime account, dividend is not allowed out of sec prime. Sec prime can be used only for 5 purposes. If you're writing off debit balance in P&L against sec prime, debit balance in P&L can be written off against only free reserve. That means your sec prime is contravened. 53. Prohibition on issue of shares at discount. That is section number 53. So it says if a company issues shares at discount, it is void. If a company issues shares at discount, it is void because it is not allowed. So there will be a penalty. Company in its office rules and default, they shall be liable for 5 lakh rupees or the amount raised through discount issues, whichever is less. 5 lakhs is fixed or the amount raised by discount issue, whichever is less. Along with that, you have to refund the amount along with 12% interest. You have to refund the amount along with 12% interest per annum. Okay. Exception, you can issue sweat equity shares at discount because sweat equity is given to employees. Or else, company can issue shares at discount to the creditors in internal reconstruction, if you remember. When the debt is converted into equity as per the resolution plan or the debt restructuring plan approved by the guidelines of RBI. As per the guidelines of RBI. So these are two exceptions for discount issue. Sweat equity and when it is given to the creditors when the debt is converted into equity. Sweat equity. November 22 का exam question. Sweat equity shares. Okay. Section number is 54. 52 is sec prime, 53 is discount, 54 is sweat equity. Section number you need to remember of Companies Act 2013. If it came in number 22, it won't come. We are not making the paper, na? It can come in MCQ also. Some companies may issue sweat equity shares at a discount or for consideration other than cash to their employees in for the value addition, intellectual property, technical know-how. The condition is sweat. S. Shares should be of same class already issued. When? You can issue it anytime. E. Employee director details, number of shares, market price, everything should be disclosed in the resolution. Which resolution do you require? Special resolution by shareholders. Special resolution by shareholders. Very important MCQ. T. Terms and condition. If it's a listed company, will comply with SEBI guidelines. If it's an unlisted company, will comply with CGCA rules. Okay. Now amendment came because of that amendment they had asked, but they did not ask a question on amendment. Amendment can come in the exam now. Okay, maybe correct in MCQ. A company can issue maximum how much? 15% of paid up capital of paid up equity share capital in a year. Maximum 15% or shares of value of rupees 5 crores whichever is higher. In numbers it is 15%. In the value it is 5 crores. So 15% of whatever the value come or 5 crores whichever is higher. 15% ka whatever value comes or 5 crores whichever is higher, you can issue that much in a year. Throughout your life, you can issue maximum 25% at any time. However, but if you're a startup company, you can issue maximum 50% as ESOP because that's logical now, because employees, there will be no profit, employee would be leaving, so I need to retain them. So I give them my equity. So when you give sweat equity to the employee, I can issue maximum 50%, maximum 50% of its paid up share capital in the last, up to 10 years. After 10 years, I need to reduce the limit up to till 25 years. Okay. Normal limit is 15% or 5 crores, whichever is higher, subject to a maximum of 25% in a year. But if you're a startup company, maximum 50%. Then buyback of shares. Buyback is very easy. It's exactly same accounts ka concept. Section number is 68. When we say company buy back the share, that means they are buying the shares from the market. For that, they need money. Where will money come from? Free reserves, securities premium, proceeds of fresh issue. Free reserves, securities premium, proceeds of fresh issue. Company can buy back maximum 25% of the paid up equity share capital. Company can buy back maximum 25% of paid up equity share capital. It shall be authorized by AUA. Okay, if the buyback is up to 10%, we require BR, board resolution. If it is above 10 up to 25, SR. Above 25, allowed in, not allowed. Entire buyback, this came in law paper also, entire buyback should be completed within 12 months. Okay, if you want to issue same shares, you can't issue it for the next 6 months. So the company cannot issue same class of shares. Please make that changes. The company cannot issue same class of shares for the next 6 months. Okay. The buyback should be completed within 12 months. If the 10 rupee ka share, if you have issued now, buyback, you want to issue 10 rupee ka share again. So you can't issue for the next 6 months. Okay. The company shall physically destroy the shares within 7 days of completion of buyback. Company shall physically destroy such shares within 7 days of completion of buyback. Post buyback, my debt equity ratio should be 2:1. Post buyback, my debt equity ratio should be 2:1. Okay. Now, 63 is bonus shares. So when company goes for bonus shares, company do not get consideration. It's free. Money will come from securities premium, free reserves, capital redemption reserve, CRR. Okay, which resolution is required? Please mark that that's MCQ ordinary resolution. For buyback it is SR, for bonus it is OR. Bonus it is OR. It should be authorized by AUA. Then bonus shares cannot be issued if the company has default in loans, deposits, statutory dues. That's logical, no? You don't have money to pay for loans, your public deposits, and you're issuing bonus shares. So, sir, it is not allowed. Whom do you issue? Sir, bonus shares are issued only to the existing members of the company. Existing members of the company. Bonus shares should be fully paid up. Acha, the old holding should also be fully paid up. If it is partly paid up, it will be converted into fully paid up. Now, if I tell you, do one thing. Don't take dividend, take bonus shares. Or take bonus shares, don't take dividend. Or take dividend, don't take bonus shares. Not allowed. One increases your wealth, one increases your income. Bonus shares shall not be issued in lieu of dividend. In lieu means instead of. Sir, bonus shares are shares, it increases the wealth. And when you talk about dividend, it increases your income. It increases your income. Understood? Now, next question is your explain other income. Other income. So, what is other income, sir? Any form of income which is earned by the entity which is not related to the main object of the company. It is called as other income. Till now, any doubt? No. Okay. Any form of income which is earned by the entity which is not linked to its main operation, it is called as other income. Okay. So, we have interest, dividend, profit on sale or loss on sale of investment. So, sir, interest income. So, how do you calculate interest income? So, it is basically on FD. On FD. It is recognized on time proportion basis, taking into account the amount outstanding at the applicable interest rate. For example, if we have done the FD in the month of Feb, 1 lakh FD we have done, 5% was the interest. So, 1 lakh into 5% into 2 divided by 12. So, that much interest income you will book. So, dividend, very important, it is there in the model, correct, incorrect. Dividend is recognized in P&L only when 3 conditions should be satisfied, or all are AND condition. Number 1, entity has a right to receive dividend. It is established, the right is established, that means they have declared it. It is probable that the economic benefits will flow to the entity. Economic benefits will flow to the entity. And the amount of dividend can be measured reliably. You know how much dividend will come. For example, if I am holding 100 shares, company has 10 rupees ka share is there, company has declared 10% dividend. So, I will get 10% dividend on their 100 rupee ka share. Profit on sale of investments. On mutual fund, it is recognized as a difference between, like you don't sell here, you redeem the mutual fund. So, between the redemption price and the carrying value of investment. So, this was what gain or loss on sale of investments. Okay. 12. Distinguish between provisions and contingents. So, what is provision? So, it is a liability which can be measured by using a substantial degree of estimation. Like I know if there is a debtor, I have 1 lakh a debtor, so maximum loss is 1 lakh only. I can estimate it with a substantial degree of estimation. It is recognized when the entity has a present obligation because of a past event, and company know that there will be an outflow of resources which will be required to settle the obligations, and a reliable estimate can be made. I know 1 lakh ka data is there, so 1 lakh ka provision I have to create. Now, if the above conditions are not required, no, you don't have to refer to AS 29 here. If the above conditions are not satisfied, no provision is required. If all the 3 are satisfied, provision is required. Examples: provision for litigation, provisions for warranties. Contingent liabilities. Now, it is a possible obligation that arises from an event which can be confirmed only either by the occurrence or non-occurrence of an uncertain event, not wholly within the control of entity. Like for example, litigation, employer dispute is there, strikes is there. So, it is a present obligation that arises from past event, but it is not recognized because it is not probable that outflow will happen. Like for example, employer dispute is there, company may win or company may lose, and the amount of obligation cannot be measured. I do not know, sir. 5 lakhs also can become, 50 lakhs also can come, 5 crores can also come as an obligation. So, it's exactly opposite of the provision. Please make the changes if you have not made. It is not probable that outflow of resources will be required to settle the obligation. Okay, and the amount of obligation cannot be measured with sufficient reliability. Now, the next are certain assertions. You just have to read those assertions. Assertions are basically assumptions. You remember verify wala answer? Verify. Valuation is there, existence is there, right is there, right and obligation, completeness, then presentation, disclosure. Just read the answer. Very rare they will ask you. They will ask you to identify assertions. Identify assertions. Now, for this, let's do one question from the book so that you get confidence here. Like this question they can ask you in the exam. It is in our book question 52. Okay, 52 to page number 396. Now what it is? Name the assertions. Year-end inventory verification. Year-end inventory verification. Just write one alphabet in the chat. I will understand. Year-end inventory verification. Which assertion you are checking here? You want to say? You can say. I'll remove the mic.
Year-end inventory verification. Existence we check. So we check existence. Correct. So write existence assertion. Just writing one word, you'll get 1 mark. Depreciation has been charged on all assets. I could say company. No, valuation also, I think valuation will also be there. Valuation. On account balance, na? Depreciation is charged. My value should be proper. We recognize cost minus PFD, na? Title deeds of the land dispute the balance sheet are held in the name of company. Title deeds. Perfect. Rights and obligations. All liabilities are recorded in accounts. I mean, all liabilities are recorded in the FS. Correct. Completeness assertion. Related parties are shown properly. Related party transactions are shown properly. I think disclosure would be better. No, or disclosure or presentation. Disclosure. Yeah, presentation. No, no. Use verify while answer. Valuation, existence. No, no. We have written only 6 or 7 points. There are more assertions. There are 20 assertions are there. 2025. Presentation disclosure. Just write 1 point if it is not written. Presentation disclosure. All the items which are to be disclosed are disclosed properly. Are disclosed properly. Generally, what do we disclose? What does the company disclose in the balance sheet? No. Year-end balances is not disclosure here. Disclosure is the notes ka part. Contingent liability. Any non-compliances like GC is not followed, AS1 accounting policies you are not followed. Those are disclosures. Okay. Understood? So like this question they can ask you in the exam. Now, only this much and plus presentation disclosure. Okay. Now, Schedule 3 main, open your book. I'll give you, Schedule 3 is basically your accounts part. I will give you some important points for Schedule 3. Only those you need to read completely. Open the book.
Now, share capital.
Page.
Page number is 322. 322. So they ask you for sure they will ask any requirement of Schedule 3. So for this your accounts should be very strong. Okay. So Schedule 3 में first is share capital, mark till D.
A, B, C, D. Okay, you have marked it? Mark till D, A, B, C, D. That's it. Yeah, yeah. In that only G point. G point is an MCQ. It came in the last attempt. Shares in the company held by each shareholder holding more than 5% should be specifically disclosed. Like for example, if you hold more than 5% in the company, it will be separately disclosed. Yeah, cancel. EF cancel, HIA cancel, cancel. So share capital का A, B, C, D and G वाला point. Reserves and surplus. till additions and deduction. Draw a line till addition and deductions. Okay. Then long-term borrowings may till second point. Borrowing shall be further classified. Till F. G का second point. After that, it's very difficult to remember. Just remember the main points. Then come to short-term borrowings. The next important point is short-term borrowings. Between that, just read it once with not that stress. Just mark important stuff. Short-term borrowings may till point number 2. So long-term borrowings are exactly opposite of short-term borrowings till point number 2. Then page 325. Don't know not to be read. Not to be read. Yeah. But you just read it once. I mean, it's not that important that you should know the content of other current language. I'm giving the marking for the important stuff right now. Oh yeah, tangible is important. I'm coming on tangible. Tangible right there, PP. Property, plant, equipment. Till point number 2. Assets under these shall be disclosed under each class of asset till there. Not required. See, it's only 2 points. Now what they will ask here? Intangible. Till others, I. Intangible assets till I. Okay. Then non-current investments till H. Okay. Then long-term loans and advances till point number 3. Mark entire current investment as important. So if you do long-term investment, sorry, that's non-current investment, it is exactly same. Only the first point will not be there. Investment in property, because property is for long term. Rest every is same. Equity will find that, preference will find, government will find, debenture will find, mutual fund, partnership or other. Everything will be same there except property will not be there. Okay. In current investments, no, you don't have to till this one. No, other non-current you don't have to read. I said for current investment. For non-current and current. Inventories, everything important. Trade receivable, everything important. Repeated question. Trade receivable asked twice. And mark cash and cash equivalents as important. And the last one, contingent liabilities. Till C. Contingent liability till C. Other commitments. Not required. Not required. Cool. Now, in the module, when we read the notes, I've given a reference there clearly. Refer 6 amendments, page 9.101 ISM. Okay. So I go to ISM, that's Institute Study Material. Audit of items of FS. These were the 6 amendments. Out of 6, 3 they have asked. So this is basically Schedule 3 ka requirement. Okay. So for CSR, how was your, this was asked for 3 mark. How would you show? So company covered under section 135 shall disclose with following with regard to CSR activities. Amount required to be spent by the company, amount of expenditure incurred, shortfall at the year end, total of the previous year shortfall, reason, nature of CSR, details of real party transactions. A to G. This is the pattern, no logic. You need to mug it up and write the answer.
Number 2, depending upon the total income, rounding off का provision. If the total income is less than 100 crore, you will round it off to nearest 100,000 lakhs millions decimals. Okay. Now, if the total income is 100 crore or more, you will round it up to nearest lakhs, millions, crores or decimal thereof. Here lakh, million, crores, decimal. Here it was hundreds, thousand, lakh, millions, decimals. Okay.
Oh, this is MCQ or after?
Now, once a unit is used, it will be used uniformly throughout the financial statements. Benami also they had asked in the exam. Okay. In case of Benami transaction, what you will give details? Details of the property. Yeah, you have to remember that for MCQ. Probably they may ask MCQ, descriptive also, because out of 6, 3 they have asked. 3 are still pending now. So maybe they can ask. But very rare. Question can't be framed on that. So details of property you have to give for Benami. What is the amount? Who is the beneficiary? If that property is in the books, reference of that item. If it is not in books, state the fact it is not in books. Whether any proceedings are going against the company, the details should be given. Nature of proceedings, status of the same, and company ka view you have to give. So CSR in Benami were asked in May 22. Okay. Struck off. This is pending. They have not asked. Now, if your company is doing some transaction with a company whose name has been struck off from the register of companies, like been striked off. Okay. So your company have to give details. These details. You don't have to fill this. You just have to draw this box. Name of the struck off company like the other company. Name of the transaction, like what was your relationship with them. Whether you have invested, whether they are your debtors or creditors, or whether you have held some shares, or whether outstanding balances. Fair. How much is the balance outstanding? And what is the relationship with that struck off company, if any, to be disclosed. So this box you need to draw. Name of the company, then nature of the transactions, balance outstanding, and relationship. These 4 items, and then whether it is investments, whether receivables, payable, or whether they are holding or other balances. Ratios. Any 5-6 ratio you can write as per FM. Current ratio, quick ratio, capital ratio, trade receivable ratio, trade payable ratio, net profit ratio, ROCE, ROI. Okay. Here one MCQ is there. The company shall explain the items included in numerator and denominator for computing the above ratio. Further, they have to give any change in the ratio by more than 25%, as compared to the preceding year. Like if example, last year, say this year, 25% upside, 25% downside, anything has changed. You have to give that details. Okay? November 22, they ask about crypto. So if the company has traded or invested in cryptocurrencies or virtual currency, following should be disclosed. Profit and loss of the transactions involving crypto or virtual currency. Amount of cryptocurrencies on the reporting date. Reporting means 31st March. And deposit advance from any person for the purpose of trading or investing in crypto. If you have taken a loan for trading in crypto, give that details also. So profit and loss on crypto, amount of currency on 31st March, and any deposits or advance you have taken for trading in crypto. For sure, 12 marks, 16 mark chapter, 3 mark, 4 mark vouching verification, 3-4 mark items of schedule 3, anything they will ask. Plus all those questions, enough securities, premiums, spread, equity shares, 3-4 marks they will ask from there. So 10 to 12 marks weighted chapter. 1 or 2 marks you will see in MCQs also. Very important, you can't skip this chapter. Cool? Chapter is done. So today we are starting with audit strategy, audit planning, and audit program. Okay, audit strategy, audit planning, and audit program. Now, what is audit planning basically? So this chapter and the next chapter, both the chapters together constitute close to 20 to 30 marks, both these 2 chapters. Okay, yeah, both these chapters are important. Like 12-16 marks you can find here, and 10-12 marks you can find in the other chapter. So it says audit planning. So we say first we'll give a reference of essay 200. As per essay 200, by the name of the essays, overall objectives of an independent auditor. The planning is one of the basic principles of an auditor. As per essay 300, audit planning, the auditor should plan his work to enable him to conduct an effective and efficient audit. So that's the definition of planning. So 200 we write that planning is one of the principle. 300 we write that definition of the planning. Okay. So you have to give reference number of essays because teacher will then give you marks. So the plan should be based on the knowledge of client's business. It should be based on the knowledge of client business. Now, what shall the planning include? Sir, it will include regarding the knowledge of accounting system and ICS. We have basically 2 systems, AS and ICS. Establishing the degree of reliance to be placed on ICS. How much you will rely on ICS. Third, what procedure, compliance, substantive, analytical, what will you do? Determine the nature, time and extent of audit procedure. And for coordinating the work to be performed. So you will do planning for these 4 things. Number 1, acquiring knowledge of accounting and internal control system. Number 2, establishing degree of reliance on the ICS. Number 3, determining entry of the audit procedures. 4th, coordinating the work to be performed. Now, next question. How as an auditor, it says how as an auditor, you will establish overall audit strategy. How as an auditor you will establish overall audit strategy. So, in case of strategy and planning, first we design strategy, then we design a plan. So strategy always comes first. Okay. Now, so it's saying for strategy, what is the answer? The code is fundraise. So now, for example, if you want to become a CA, so that's you will have a strategy that I will appear for foundation, then I'll appear for inter, then I'll appear for final. Foundation and tuitions I'll do from here, inter I'll do from here, I'll study this much. So that's my strategy. Now when you get into more detail, like how many hours I'll study, which subject I'll study first, that is called basically the plan. So strategy is the first step, then we go for plan. So what you will consider the factors which are in the auditor's professional judgment are significant directing the engagement team efforts. Like for example, if I have my articles who are on exam leave, so I can't do the audit because the articles are on leave. The auditor shall update and change the overall strategy and the audit plan as necessary during the course of audit. The auditor shall update and change the overall strategy and the audit plan as necessary during the course of audit. The strategy can't be same every time, you have to change, keep on updating. Third, determine the NT of the resources necessary to perform the engagement. First article is available, third article is available, CA is available or not. In case of bank audit, the person has to be qualified as per CISA, DISA. You will check the NT of the resources available. R, consider the reporting objective to plan the audit. Like for example, in listed company you have to give every quarter. In a private public company you just give once in a year, but every listed company you have to give every quarter. So you have to plan that way. Then identify the characteristics of the engagement that defines the scope. E is identify the characteristics of engagement. Like listed company you will have a lot of obligation as compared to other companies. So when you design a strategy, you decide code as fundraise. Factors which affects the directing team efforts. Number 2, you have to update your strategy. And NT of the resources available are reporting objectives. E, characteristics of the engagement. Fundraise. Okay. Now, how would you obtain the knowledge of client ka business? So again, to obtaining the knowledge, you will use a reference of essay number 315. It says identifying and assessing the ROM, risk of material misstatement. How? Through understanding the entity and its environment. One second. Now, it says as an auditor, how would you obtain the knowledge of client's business? So for obtaining the knowledge of client business, so you will use the essay number 315. That's the name of the essay. Identify and assessing the risk of material misstatement to understand the entity and its environment. Now, the auditor shall obtain the understanding of following. Number 1, relevant industry, regulatories and other factors. Like we talk about export. So FEMA guidelines would be applicable to you. RBI rules would be applicable to the client. For example, if we talk about fintech company, so RBI rules, other lot of governance would be there. Money Laundering Act would be applicable to them. If you talk about manufacturing company, so a lot of labor laws will be applicable to them. So you will first understand the industry, regulatory and the other factors. Number 2, nature of the entity. So you will understand the operations, ownership and governance structure. Then types of investment the entity is making, whether you invest in only share market or in real estate or mutual funds or fixed deposits. Then the way the entity is structured and it is financed. Whether it's a debt oriented entity or equity oriented entity, because it will matter a lot. If it's a debt oriented entity, there will be a lot of interest cost there, and if it's an equity oriented entity, they will be free of charge. Okay, so you'll understand that. Third, to enable the auditor to understand the classes of TABD, transactions, account balances, disclosure. Like see, general item like printing, stationery, telephone, electricity, you'll find it in every P&L. But there can be different items in P&L also, in balance sheet also. Like for example, if you go to an IT company audit, they'll have laptops, they'll have computer peripherals as asset. When you go to a manufacturing company, they'll have a lot of machines, loose tools, spares as asset. So you understand those class of TABD, transactions, account balance, disclosure. And then you will understand the entity selection and application of accounting policies. So when you talk about obtaining the knowledge of client business, you will use essay 315. Then, sir, what are the factors to be considered by the auditor for developing an overall audit plan? So the first answer was when we did the first answer, it was definition of planning. Second answer was for overall audit strategy. Third answer was obtaining knowledge of client's business. Okay. My fourth answer is factors to be considered for audit plan. So what factors will consider? So it depends upon tea and masala. It depends upon the code is tea and masala. You need to remember the code also and the answer also. Tea and masala. What is tea? So the terms of engagement and any statutory responsibilities. And nature, time and extent of communication. Like in a listed company, every quarter you have to give report. In a public company, in a private company, only once in a year you have to give report. M. Setting of maturity level for auditor's purpose. Now, for example, if I have set my maturity level as 10% for Tupperware, I can't keep that 10% maturity level for TBZ, Tribhuvan Das Bhimji Zaveri, okay? If there maybe 1% is also material, okay? This is the factors to be considered for designing an overall audit plan. Material level, important level. Like for me, 10% upside downside would be okay for Tupperware, but I can't keep the 10% for TBZ and for like any gold jewelry shop. Even 1% would be very important factor for me. A. What is the accounting policies they adopt by the client and the changes in those policies? It's one of the factors wherein I will consider for planning. S. Establishing and coordinating staffing requirements. Like for a company called Reliance, I'll require more staff. 20-30 people I would require. But for a company like any small company, any private company, I'll require only 1 or 2 staff. So that will be helpful in planning. Sir, A. The degree of reliance on the auditor expects to be able to be, the degree of reliance auditor expects to be able to be placed on the accounting system and internal control system. See, if you're relying on AS and ICS, you will not do more procedure, you will do less procedure because you're relying on the system, if the system is strong. L. Applicable legal and regulatory requirements. What are the different laws applicable to them? And A. The nature of audit evidence to be obtained. So the code is T and masala. In the model you will find more points. 14, 15 they have given, but we have written 8 points. Tea and masala for planning. Okay. Now, audit program. So what is audit program? Audit program is basically a timetable prepared by the auditor to give instruction to his staff. So here you will find out 2-3 questions in this. The first one is the short note on audit program. That's A. As per SA 200, overall objectives of independent auditor. Documentation is one of the principle of the auditor. Dhondu. Now you will define as per SA 230 audit documentation. It is a list of examination verification steps to be applied in audit. Okay, that's a definition. Now, it is basically detailed plan of applying the audit procedure for accomplishing audit objectives. The first is strategy, then is plan, then is your program. Fourth, it contains the list of tasks to be carried out by the assistants. Like whoever is the assistant, like my articles, what work, which article will do, it will be decided by the audit program. Like for example, purchase will be checked by Mr. A, sale will be checked by Mr. B. Okay, so I need the timetable. The timetable is called as basically your program. Now, next question is B. It's a separate question. This is a very long answer on audit program, but they can ask you separately this question. For the purpose of audit program, what points should be kept in view? Following points should be kept in view. 5 points are there. First, study within the scope and the limitation of the assignment. You can't go beyond your scope. Number 2, check what evidence is available. Then, third, apply only those steps and procedure which is useful in accomplishing the specific purpose. Fourth, consider the possibilities of the error. Fifth, coordinate the procedure to be applied. This need to be marked up as it is. Important question, okay? So what are the advantages of the audit program? So it's very easy. It helps to control the work of assistants. So it says it specifies the procedure to be checked during audit. So we are ready with the work. What to be done next, because my program, like it's a timetable. Like if you have accounts, I'll study from 2 to 4. 4:30 to 6:30 I'll study audit. 7 to 9 I'll study EIS. So you have the timetable with you, right? Then it is essential to provide a total perspective of the work to be performed. So I have a timetable, like in 10 days my audit would get over, in 15 days my accounts would get over. So it's a total perspective to achieve the task. The assistant, by putting the signature, acknowledge their responsibilities. Like for example, whenever the article submits the paper in the office, he will put his signature. So he has taken that responsibility, sir, I have checked this documentation. Then the principal can control the work of assistant. On the timetable will be written 1 to 5 Mr. A will check purchases, 1 to 5 Mr. B will check the sales. Okay, then I can swap them. This company guy, he will go and check the sales, he will go and check the purchases. So I can control the work of assistants. Now, the selection of assistants under a program can help the audit proceed systematically. Like if one of my articles, the first year article, I thought he will do vouching correctly, but he did not do vouching correctly. So I will remove him from vouching and I will send someone else. So that's basically the timetable ka advantages. So for 3 questions, A is the definition, B is the points to be considered, C is advantages, D. So disadvantage is what it is. The work may become more mechanical, like same thing again and again if you are doing, it will become more mechanical. Then inefficient assistant may take shelter behind the program, they will be hiding behind the program. And the program often tends to be rigid and inflexible. Like during the month of September, you strictly have to follow the timetable because on the basis of timetable only you have to do the work. So towards the end it becomes little rigid and inflexible. Okay. A, B, C, D in this question 4 points are there. A definition, I mean short notes. B is points to be considered. C would be advantages. D would be your disadvantages. B and C, repetitive question. Advantages and the program. These are 4 questions separately. Yes. Assistant is the article. Okay. Like in Big 4 there are hundreds of articles. Which articles enjoying at which client? We do not know. No? So on the basis of timetable as a boss I can control that. Okay. Now, we do essay wala questions later on. Okay. Essay wala questions later on. Let's read final audit and concurrent audit. So concurrent audit is basically a continuous audit. The another name for concurrent is basically continuous audit. So it is suitable for large organization, it is suitable for small organization. Your ICS may or may not be efficient, but it will be there because it's a big company. So ICS would be there. In small company, ICS may or may not be there when you're doing final audit. Now it is conducted throughout the year, it is conducted year end, towards the year end. It is conducted throughout the year, it is conducted towards the year end. That's the definition of concurrent and final. Start audit is final audit. Start audit is final audit. Concurrent is an extra audit, like in a bank, they have to do concurrent audit also and they have to do start audit also. So we don't have ICS. No, we have it. But depending upon the company. In a private company, it may or may not be there. No? In a public company, listed company, ICS would definitely be there. But in a small private company, there may or may not be ICS. Okay. The advantage of concurrent becomes the disadvantage of final. Okay. Now, when you do concurrent audit, sir, early detection and prevention of frauds and errors. DNP of FNE means detection and prevention of frauds and errors. So, early detection, prevention of frauds and errors, early preparation of financial statement is possible. Now, because you are at client's place like throughout the year, so it keeps a moral check on the client ka stuff. It keeps a moral check on the client ka stuff. Client's accounts are kept up to the date because as and when the transaction is happening, you are doing audit. Transaction is happening, you are doing the audit. Now, a portion of committing the fraud are basically reduced here. Here, all this may not be possible. All this may not be possible. Now, disadvantages, point 3. 4 का C or 3?
Concurrent or final, this one it is conducted throughout the year. See, in concurrent audit, like you are 365 days at client place. Like on first if the transaction has happened in a bank, let us assume. The bank is a very big company. So the auditor will check the transaction at the same time only. Second transaction has happened, auditor will check at the same time only. But in final what happens throughout the like whatever transaction has happened, we take the data for the year and then we check at our office or at client place. So start audit basically it is conducted throughout the year end. Towards the year end, that's final audit. Okay.
Now, disadvantages. What are the disadvantages? See, because if you are coming throughout the year, every day you will be there. So if you have some doubts, I would say, sir, do one thing. Let's meet on Saturday. I will remain absent on Saturday. So in continuous audit, outstanding or unresolved queries are there. Here, because you are in a hurry, client is in a hurry, you will come, queries are solved immediately. Here, dislocation of client work, no dislocation. Because throughout the year, 365 days, the auditor is at the client place. So I need to make free one table, one chair, one laptop, one cabin for the CA. Along with the CA, some articles will also come. So my 2-3 staff, my 2-3 chair, my 2-3 computers, laptop would be busy. So there's a dislocation of client work. Here there is no dislocation because the data is sent to the CA through email. it is expensive, it is less costly. Alteration figures is possible, it is not possible. Reason being, see, if the data you have checked of April, today May is going on, let us assume May is going on. So the data is at client place. Now you went to June, you checked maker data. April maker data is at client place. So when you check the data, or when you check in the date of June, you will not verify April or maker data. So there's a possibility the client may make changes, keeping the debit and credit card figure same. Like whatever was the credit card figure, he put it in the your debit figure, and debit card figure he inserted in credit card figure. Profit he made, make sure the profit did not change, but line item he changed. So here alteration figure is possible. Here not possible because the data is sent to our PC, our email. So the data is with us. Here it is not possible. Now full year you are with the client place. So obviously you will have some reliability, some trust, some relation. So there's an increased reliance on the auditor. Here there is no increased reliance on the auditor. And ideally there should be no reliance only, because you have to be independent. No? Auditor always have to be independent. Okay. So iska disadvantage have become the final ka advantage. So they can ask you MCQ, correct, incorrect, anything on this. Now,
what's the doubt? Reliance on the auditor, there's no increased reliance on the auditor. That means, see, if you are 365 days at the client place, you and the client may get into a relation. There's a possibility. So your independence might be affected. In final audit, what happens is you are at your office only. Client has sent the data. So you know there's no trust factor as such. And there should be no trust also because you have to be independent. I should not get into any relation, like not even friendship also. Okay? Because you have to be independent. Now, the next one says, what are the precautions to avoid disadvantage of continuous audit? Precautions to avoid disadvantage of continuous audit or concurrent audit.
So like throughout the year you are at the client place. So queries are piled up, data may be affected, data may be changed, data may be altered, right? So how do you overcome those disadvantages? Sir, do one thing, check the data, note down the important balances like purchase, sales, creditors, debtors, assets, liabilities. Just note down the balances. Now imagine you went on the exam leave, the data is at client place only, you went again after your exams. So just match those balances, whether it's matching or not, and don't tell to the client that what balances you have noted down. So if he is changing the figures also, keeping the profit same, he may not know that what important balance I have noted down. I have noted like purchase ka figure, sales ka figure. So if we have said कि sales was 1000 rupees, he moved sales from 1000 rupees to purchases, and he changed the sales ka figure also. Line item he has changed, keeping the profit as it is. But when I go and resume the work, I can see that the figures are altered. Now these are the audit ticks I told you when we were doing this content. Audit ticks, develop a tick, put a mark on that tick. So when you resume the work, you can discuss with the client and solve those doubts immediately. So it says during the course of audit, the work is to be completed up to a definite stage so as to avoid any loose ends. Like check entire purchases, whatever you're checking. Don't check 3 purchases, 2 sales. No, check everything. At the end of each visit, important balance should be noted down, and the same should be compared at the time of the next visit. So when you resume the work, you will compare it. The visit should be at irregular intervals. You can't follow a pattern there. You can't follow a pattern. Like, for example, every Thursday I am coming. So obviously the client knows that every Thursday auditor is coming. So he made the any fraud if he wants to do, he can alter the figures. Monday to Wednesday, Thursday he will resume it as it is because auditor will be coming it. Right? So the visit should be at irregular intervals so that the client does not know the exact date when the audit will be resuming. And thus may not be able to prepare themselves in advance for the same. Fourth, the nominal account should be checked at the time of final closing, like nominal account, like machines, assets, okay, furniture, fixtures. The client staff should be clearly instructed not to alter the auditor's figures, So these are the steps to overcome the disadvantage of continuous audit. 4-mark answer. Okay. Like if you have developed this tick, if you mark those ticks, you will tell to the client ka staff, don't make any changes, I have put a tick. Don't tell them what is the relevance of the tick. So ask the client staff not to alter auditor's figures, whatever he has audited. Like in purchase, if I have audited April, May and June. So till June I have audited, you can't alter the figures. I'll give instruction to the client ka staff. Then surprise check. So what is surprise check? So again, to detect cash ka fraud, inventory ka fraud, the best technique is surprise check. The best technique is surprise check. Okay, there should be no pattern, no particular day, no particular date, no particular interval also. That is basically surprise check. So surprise check are used to determine whether or not there are errors, to bring out the matter to the attention of management so that a corrective action can be taken. Now, surprise visits by the auditor can exercise a good moral check on the client staff. If client ka staff was doing fraud in cash, but the auditor comes surprisingly for cash counting, once they must have done, but next time they will not do it because they know that auditor can come anytime. Auditor can come anytime. Then, the need for and the frequency. The need for and the frequency of surprise check is a matter of the professional judgment. Like 10 times I will do, 5 times I will do, Monday I will do. It is basically depending upon the auditor. Point number 4 is your correct incorrect. It constitutes an important part of the normal audit procedure. My question is,
surprise check is a part of management का procedure या auditor का procedure? Please answer. Surprise check is a part of auditor का procedure या management का procedure? Auditor's procedure. MCQ. Correct, incorrect. Point number 4.
the areas over which surprise check can be used. This was also asked in the exam. So verification of cash and investments. For inventory we can use. For internal control, internal check we can use. And books of prime entries and statutory register. Books of prime entry and statutory register means purchase book, sales book, bank book, passbook, all those. For this you can use surprise check. Okay. Now, what are test check techniques? What are test check? So test check is basically sampling. Sample based checking. Okay. So test check refers when an audit is conducted on the basis of part checking. You don't check everything, you check part, sample basis. So it derives from the statistical theory of sampling. The origin is derived from the statistical theory of sampling. Now, the auditor, according to his best judgment, having regard to the nature and materiality of the transaction, nature, size and materiality of the transaction, will decide the entries for examination. 5th bill, 10th bill, bill above 1 lakh, I will check only those. That method is called basically test check. Then, the following precautions may be taken for applying test check techniques. Important. This can be asked separately. Point number 4. See, first what you should do. See, if I'm doing sampling, there always be a sampling risk, right? We have done in the previous chapter. There's always a sampling risk. So what I have to do, I should make sure that every item of the population gets a chance of selection. So transaction of the company should be classified under appropriate heads, like all the purchases together, all the sales together, all the data together, creditors together. Then you will study and evaluate the internal control system. You will study and evaluate the internal control system to should be exercised for its efficiency, to understand the efficiency, soundness and capability of producing reliable accounting and financial data. Third, you will check the system of approval, documentation and evidence of transaction should be examined. Fourth, a test check plan should be compared to match with the audit objectives. Like a plan should be correctly designed. Like I'm going with monetary sampling or I'm going with haphazard sampling, random, systematic. There should not be any bias in selection of the transaction. Like in my data, my related parties were there. So the auditors should not select client, should not avoid client ka related party. He should select any transactions. So there should not be any bias in selection of any transaction. He should identify the area in which test check cannot be done. What are the areas? Cobra. C, cash transactions. O, opening and closing entries. B, bank reconciliation statements. R, non-recurring items. A, any item. So Cobra cannot be done through test check. Sir, if Cobra cannot be done through test check, what it can be done through? It can be done through detail check. Cobra cannot be done through test check. It can be done only through detail check. What is the items called as Cobra? C, cash transaction. O, opening and closing entries, that is balance sheet items. B, bank reconciliation statement. R, non-recurring items. A is any other items. So Cobra cannot be done to test check. 2 mark, 3 mark answer. Now, explain audit notebook. Explain audit notebook. So it is not a loose sheets. It's a bound book. It's a part of working papers. It's a part of current file of the auditor. He will note down the important balance. He will note down all the important balance necessary for audit. Sir, explain audit notebook and its content. As per SA 230, audit document is a bound book which contains large varieties of the matters observed during the audit and are recorded. It is a part of audit working papers. It is a part of audit working papers. Then it forms the part of current file. It forms the part of current files. It is used for recording various queries raised during the audit. Now, what are the contents of audit book? What you will write here? You will write MUSI, M-U-S-I-I, M-U-S-I-I, MUSI. So, what is M? Any mistake or regularities observed during the course of audit. You came across any mistakes? U. Unsatisfactory bookkeeping observed during the costing methods. Unsatisfactory bookkeeping arrangements or costing methods. I. Any important information about the company which is not apparent from the record, you will note down in your notebook. I. Any important information about the company. Then one more I is there. Important matters for future reference. S. Any special points which require consideration at the time of verification of annual accounts. Like for example, stock, cash. You will not count every day. You will count at the year end. So this is a short note on audit notebook, and these are the contents of audit notebook. The code is MUSI, M-U-S-I-I. Mistakes, unsatisfactory bookkeeping, special points, I is important information, and one more I is any important matters for future reference. Working papers. So as per essay 230, audit documentation, that's the name of the essay. Working papers are the records of the audit procedure performed, relevant audit evidence obtained, and conclusion the auditor has reached. Audit procedure performed, relevant audit evidence obtained, and conclusion the auditor has reached. That's the definition of working papers. Point number 2 came in the previous attempt. You can mark that as important. Point number 2, it helps him. That is basically advantages of working paper. That is basically advantage of working papers. Okay. It aids in planning and performing the audit. It aids in supervision and review of the audit work. Aids means help. It provides evidence for the work performed to support the conclusions. It acts as an evidence in the court of law for future, and it makes the engagement team members accountable. Like whoever has done anything wrong, by their signature I can catch them. So it makes the engagement team members as accountable. As per SQC1 and SA 230, working papers are to be retained for 7 years from the date of signing audit reports or the group auditor's report, whichever is later. 7 years. Books of accounts 8 years. Working papers 7 years. Sir, is it the auditor bound to show the working papers? No. The auditor is not bound to show any working papers. However, he can show some or all working papers at his own discretion. No management statutory auditor can ask for the working papers except law and authority. If law people have asked, income tax people have asked, then you have to give. If statutory auditor is asking, the branch auditor, he can't ask only. If statutory auditor is asking, internal auditor, he can't ask only. But if branch or internal want to show, they can show at his own discretion. Okay. Now, 2 types of file is there. So 2 files. It includes, permanent file, current file. It includes MAHA, extracts of important legal documents, last year audit report, last year financial statements, any analysis, ratios, trend. It includes current data. What is current data? Current file may analysis of P&L balance sheet, extracts of important matters, then in the minutes of the board and the general meeting, letter of appointment, confirmation received from clients and third parties, copies of draft P&L balance sheet. It will there in the current file. The data of the current file will be updated in the permanent file in the next year. Okay, all these are audit program, audit notebook, and audit files. All 3 are the part of working papers of the auditor. It is on him to show. No one can ask except legal authorities. He needs to retain the working papers for 7 years from the date of signing report or group auditor's report, whichever is later. Understood this much?
Files, these are 2 files. I keep documents with me. Like when you go for the audit of letters of Reliance, so I will prepare a current file. I'll keep all the data in that. Like today's time, we keep everything in soft copy. We keep folders. Like previously, the people used to carry files. Purchase ka bills are there, sales ka bill is there, bank reconciliation statement is there. Now, at my office, I will next year, whatever current file I made this year, I'll put that in the permanent file. So because I have to retain for 7 years, no? In future, if someone can ask me, like GST department, income tax department, so you are the auditor, I said yes. What data you have checked? So I will show them that file. So sir, this for 2018-19, we have checked this data. You can see. So all the documents are kept in file. Okay. Now, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 12 is the same question, short note on permanent file and current file. Okay, so that's the same question, short note on permanent file and current
directly from here. Okay, mark that as important in the book. It's on page number 203. 203. Any 4-5 items of permanent and 4-5 items of current. Then question 13. It says audit documentation summary may facilitate effective and efficient review and inspection of audit documentation, particularly for large and complex audit. Comment. So audit documentation summary means basically index. Obviously, now if I have all the documents in one file only, my boss is asking, Acha, Abhishek, give me purchase of October. I have to hunt. It's better I make a summary in front. Acha, purchases are from page number 1 to 100. Sales are 101 to 200. So I made a summary. So does it help? The answer is yes. So how would you write? So as per SA 230 audit documentation, the auditor may consider it helpful to prepare and retain a part of audit documentation, a summary, which is also called as dash completion memorandum, MCQ, that describe what, how the significant matters identified during the audit and how they were addressed. Such a summary, now you copy the question. Such a summary may facilitate effective and efficient review and inspection of the audit documentation, particularly for big company audit. So you copy the question. First point was your answer, that's it. So is it useful? The answer is yes, it is useful. Why? How significant matters were identified, it will be coming to the knowledge. Number 2, and how they were addressed, how they were identified and how they were addressed. This is your answer. Now, number 14. So WRs are question number 12. Question number 12 is working paper, permanent and current file. Only 5 items you have to read.
Tell me. Yeah, it's there. Just from the notes. See, there we have written in short. In case if you want to understand, you can read it from here. 5 items in permanent file and 5 in current file. Yeah. From 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19. All those from here, okay? Now, 14. It says
presentation provide necessary audit evidence, yet they do not provide SI. Correct. WRs are audit evidence, they are not SI. Like in the question which is given below there, the auditor requests the management to provide banker certificates in support of FD, whereas management has provided WR. Management says we are giving you WR, that's done, you can audit. He says no sir, you are giving WR, that's good, but it is audit evidence, it is not SI. I need to perform more procedure. I need to check FD ka receipt. So FD receipt is not available. If it is not available, I will perform alternate procedure. What I will check? I will check the FD ka receipt copy, or if FD receipt copy is not there, I will contact the bank. Sir, bank, confirm whether FD is there or not. Okay. Now, 15th important question. Lot of correct, incorrect is there. The establishment of overall audit strategy and the detailed audit plan are not necessarily discrete or sequential, but they are closely interlinked, since change in one may result in change in another. That's correct. If you change strategy, plan would get changed. If you change plan, my strategy would get changed. All those are linked. Okay. So once the overall strategy has been established, an audit plan can be developed to address various matters identified in overall audit strategy. 2. Establishing overall audit strategy that sets the scope, timing and direction of audit and guides the development of audit plan is prerogative of the management. Prerogative means right of the management, the first right of the management. Who plans the audit strategy? Management or auditor? Auditor. Auditor plans the audit strategy, right? It is not the duty of the management. So it is prerogative of the auditor. 3rd, planning is a discrete phase of audit, means one phase. No. Planning is a continuous phase of audit. It will go and keeps on changing again and again. Now, materiality. Like when we started studying audit, we said this chapter is important, this chapter is important. Now when we analyze past paper, we analyze RTP. So now what happened? We said this chapter is not important, this answer is not important. So that time the importance was there at the beginning. Is the importance same today also? No, it keeps on changing, right? Depending upon the situation. So when you're doing audit, the importance means the materiality. Materiality for the FS as a whole or for level of particular class of T, A, B, D, Does not need any revision, the answer is incorrect. It requires revision. As and when the audit progresses, you need to revise. Okay. All the 4 correct, incorrect, very important. Now, 16. Straight away direct question. Once the overall strategy has been established, an audit plan can be developed to address the various matters identified in the overall audit strategy. So you copy the same question. This is exactly same. Overall audit strategy. This is the line. Taking into account the need to achieve the objectives through the efficient use of resources. This is the line. Taking into account the need to achieve audit objectives. What is my objective? To give opinion. To give opinion through the efficient use of auditors' resources. This is the exact answer. Now, this line we have also studied. The establishment of strategy in the plan are not necessarily discrete or sequential, but they are closely interlinked, since change in one may result in change in another. Change in one may result in change in another. So you write 2 points, 3 mark, 4 mark answer. Then, next question. Planning is not a discrete phase of an audit, but a continuous and a iterative process. Iterative means frequentive. The answer is correct. Planning is not a discrete phase, but a continuous and a iterative. Iterative means frequentive. Now this is important, correct, incorrect, or you can have in MCQ. It begins after completion of the previous audit. Like once you have done Reliance audit, after Reliance audit your next planning would start, and it will go on during the audit till the completion of the current engagement, and continues until the completion of the current audit engagement. This is your correct, incorrect. It starts after the previous audit, after the completion of the previous audit, and it goes on till the completion of current audit engagement. They can play with after, before, current, during, and this and that. This is your MCQ. So planning required in the following. So for AP, SA 520. For consideration, for understanding the consideration of laws and regulations, SA 250. For determining the materiality, for involvement of experts, and performance of other risk assessment procedures. So all these are SA numbers. So planning requires everywhere basic. You can write 4 or 5 essays as per your choice. Okay. So 17 also important. 18. NT of direction and supervision of the engagement team members and review of their work may vary depending upon many factors. Explain. See, NT of direction supervision, like my staff, it depends upon the CAR C. So what is CAR? Like I can't sign my first circle article to finalize Reliance audit. Complexity in the size of the entity. Area of audit, like for example, if there is a gold co audit, physical evaluation, I can't sign my BCom, MCom stuff. I have to send some competent person there. Risk of material misstatement, cash counting. I can't send anyone. I have to send my responsible person there. Capabilities, competence, like bank audit, you require CSA, DISA qualified, mandatory it is, CAR C. Capabilities and competence of the individual team members performing such audit work. So which client, which staff will go to the which client, it will depend upon CAR C. Complexity and size of entity, area of audit, risk of material misstatement, and competence and capabilities of the individual team members, CAR C. Now 19, hot favorite question, benchmark wala question. So for you the benchmark is 70, you have to get 70 marks in audit, that's a benchmark. For a shareholder, the some would be saying I want to see the profit. Someone would say I need how much is the top line turnover. Someone says I want to know the market value. For me, benchmark market value is the benchmark. For someone it would be net assets, like how much is on loan, how much is not on loan. So it says auditor will not decide a benchmark for individual shareholder. He will decide considering the common needs of the user, okay. So it says determining materiality, it is exercise of professional judgment of the auditor. A percentage is often applied to a chosen benchmark as a starting point for determining the materiality. What are the factors? It says number 1, elements of FS. What it is? Assets, liabilities, equity, revenue, expenses. That's element of FS. You need to remember examples also. They've asked with examples. Number 2, whether there are any items on which attention of the users tends to be focused. For example, you are a user of the FS. You want, sir, I want to know the profit. Someone would say, I want to know the net assets. I want to know the profit. I want to know the revenue. So focus on profit, revenue, net assets. Third, life cycle, start, growth, maturity, decline. The nature of the entity, whether entity is in its life cycle, the industry and the economic environment in which it operates. Fourth, entity ka ownership structure and the way it is financed. See whether it's a debt oriented entity or equity oriented entity. Because if it's equity oriented, it's safe. But if it's a debt oriented entity, all the assets would be with the banks for the loan. Then the users may focus more on assets as compared to the earning. Fifth, relative volatility of the benchmark. Like how frequently your benchmark keeps on changing. Like sometimes it is assets, sometimes it is turnover, sometimes it is profit, sometimes it is losses, sometimes it is investments. 5 factors are there for deciding the benchmark. Hot favorite answer along with the example. As per SA 230, audit documentation, the working papers are not the property of the auditor. Incorrect. Incorrect. Purchase invoice is an example of internal evidence. Purchase, I get it from outside. 20, it will come again in the module in next chapter basically. This is a question 20 is basically the module ka question there. This is an example of internal evidence, correct. No, purchase invoice is an example of external evidence, external. You can do it here, or if you're doing module, you do it from the module there. It is there in the module actually. Third, sufficiency is a measure of quality of audit evidence. Sufficiency is a measure of quantity of audit evidence. Quantity. So all 3 are incorrect. So the same answers, the same question you will find in module for the next chapter. Understood? Working papers are the property of the auditor. He can show some or all working papers at his own discretion. But if the management is asking, you can't show. They can't ask only. Stat auditor, you can't ask only. But if the department is asking, you have to show. You have to maintain for 7 years from the date of signing of auditor's report or group auditor's report, whichever is later. Cool? One more chapter is done. We stop here. So today we are starting with a chapter which is called as audit documentation and audit evidence. Okay. So this chapter and the previous chapter, they both constitute approximately 30, 20, 40 marks. 20 to 40 is the range for these 2 chapters, plus little bit of nature of auditing. So make sure you do audit strategy chapter and audit documentation very well, because it is the most important content. Few important questions. Number 1, explain true and fair view. Okay. So there are certain things which we have to do it from the book. Let's do it directly from the book. The first question is true and fair view. The other one is what are the areas in which different policies are encouraged and what are the fundamental accounting assumptions. See, from day one we have been taught that sir, you have to give financial statement that is giving true and fair view, true and fair view, true and fair view. But what is true and fair view? Sir, when everything is followed, like all AS is complied, page number is 211. When all accounting standards are complied, one schedule 3 requirements are complied, all disclosure requirements are complied. No assets have been omitted. Everything has been recorded in books of accounts. Okay. Like for example, the assets are neither overvalued nor it is undervalued. No material asset is omitted. All the material charge on the assets are disclosed. That is loan. All the material liabilities should not be omitted. The P&L gives the disclosure as per Schedule 3. Balance sheet gives the disclosure as per Schedule 3. All accounting policies are followed. Unusual, exceptional, non-recurring items have been disclosed separately. All this is and condition. If everything is complied, followed, it is true and fair view. Okay. Number 2, what are the areas in which different accounting policies are encouraged? So it's better, rather than ratifying this answer, it's better you just write the AS ka number, like all AS it is. So method of depreciation, depletion, amortization, treatment of expenditure during construction, AS 7, foreign exchange fluctuation, AS 11, inventories is AS 2, then goodwill is 26, valuation of investment is 13, retirement benefits is 1, AS for retirement also, I think AS 17, probably, I don't remember, sir. Okay. Now check whether it's good.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So you have to just write the AS ka name and number. Like method of depreciation talks in AS 10. Okay. Treatment of expenditure during construction is AS 7. Foreign exchange items is basically AS 11. Inventories is your AS 2. Treatment of goodwill is 26. Investment is your 13. There's an AS on retirement benefits also. Long-term contracts, valuation of fixed assets, treatment of contingent liabilities, 29. Contingent is 29. Okay.
Now, What are the fundamental accounting assumptions? So there are three fundamental accounting assumptions: going concern, accrual, consistency. Going concern means that you will go for a long foreseeable future. Okay, then accrual means that whatever has happened, you will require immediately, whether the money is flowing or going out later on. And consistency, whatever you were before, you will be following the same thing today also. CAG. So if you are following all the three fundamental accounting assumptions, you do not have to disclose it as per AS1. When do you disclose? When you are not following it. What do you state? You state the deviation, the reason, the financial effect. The deviation, the reason, and the financial effect. Okay, so that's basically AS1 ka content. Please check whether you have written this or not. Like this, along with deviation, reason, and financial effect. Done? Now, next question is explain audit evidence. SA 500. So what does audit evidence means? Audit evidence means any information obtained by the auditor. Any information obtained by the auditor while conducting audit to form basis for his opinion. Okay. Now, there's a concept called as SAI, sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Sufficiency talks about the quantity of audit evidence. MCQ it is. Sufficiency talks about the quantity of the audit evidence. Appropriateness talks about the quality of audit evidence. Sufficiency talks about the quantity. Appropriateness talks about the quality. Now, what is the procedure for obtaining audit evidence? So this also we have discussed it long back. So in procedures you will say there are two procedures: compliance and substantive. Please see whether you have written it or not. Besides compliance, write the TOC. TOC means test of controls, and substantive means test of details. Okay. Now compliance procedure is basically used to evaluate the internal control system. Substantive procedure used to evaluate the accounting system. How? By conducting vouching and verification. Vouching is a P&L item, verification is a balance sheet items. This question came in the previous attempt. There are two procedures for obtaining audit evidence. The first one is compliance procedure, that is test of controls. It is used to evaluate the internal control system. Second procedure is a substantive procedure, which is also called as test of details, and it is used to evaluate the accounting system. Substantive procedure includes vouching and verification. Vouching is done of the P&L items, verification is done of balance sheet items. Works? No, the first point is a definition, and the second point is also just a MCQ ka point. SAI. What is SAI? SAI sufficiency means quantity, appropriate means quality. It's not a separate question there. Separate question is this one: procedure for obtaining audit evidence.
You can talk. Tell me. No, if there's a question on the audit evidence, then you have to write 4 5 points. Like as per SA 500, you write audit evidence means blah 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 blah. Okay, the auditor should obtain SAI. SAI means sufficiency. Talks about, SAI means sufficiency, which concentrates on quantity of the audit evidence. Appropriateness concentrates on the quality of the audit evidence. You frame a sentence here. Okay. What are the techniques or methods to collect audit evidence?
Techniques or methods to collect audit evidence. This is basically O ICI. O is observation, re performance, I inspection, computation, confirmation, analytical review, inquiry. These are not the only methods. There are a lot of methods also. Bank reconciliation statement, scrutiny, okay, casting, totaling, all those are also methods. These are few methods what we remember. Types of audit evidence. There are two types of audit evidence. One depends upon the nature, other one depends on the source. When we talk about nature, it is oral, written, visual. Out of these three, which is reliable? Oral, written, visual. Visual is reliable. Okay. Now source mein there are two evidences. If you have not written, please write it. Internal and external. Internal is not reliable. External is reliable. Visual. Oh, sorry. Written is reliable there. My mistake. I just saw V. Yeah, I got confused. Written is reliable there. Okay. My mistake. It's written is reliable there. Internal, external mein. Internal is not reliable. External is reliable. Please write if it is not written. Second point is ICS is efficient. Here it says it is not influenced by ICS. External evidence will never be influenced by ICS because it is generated outside the organization. Number 3, it is generated within the organization, it is generated outside the organization. Now, example, sales bills, payment voucher, there it is bank statements, confirmation from debtors, creditors. Okay. Now, explain substantive procedure. So this is basically that question what we did procedure. Now there are two procedures, compliance and substantive. So again they have asked substantive procedure. When you write this answer here, you will find out vouching and verification में से verify. If you remember the code verify V. Can you go to page 214 and check? This is the answer, verify. Valuation, existence, right, completeness, schedule 3 followed, that is presentation, disclosure. Fraud, don't write fraud. Okay. So how would you frame the answer for substantive procedure? We use this chart, what we did previously. Substantive procedure is also called as test of details, which is used to evaluate accounting system. Substantive procedure is done by conducting vouching and verification. Vouching is of P&L item, verification of balance sheet item. So 3 points are done. Following points should be considered by the auditor for substantive procedure. Verify, V, valuation, E, existence, R, right. Then is there any charge? You can say disclosure. Schedule 3 followed is presentation. Write 5 points. Valuation, existence, right, disclosure, presentation. Okay. Distinguish between procedures and techniques. Procedure and techniques. Sir, we have two procedures, that is compliance and substantive. Techniques, there are many techniques, but we remember 6, ORA, ICI. Okay. Procedure is a broader term. It is a narrow term. Vouching is a basic substantive procedure. How do you do that? Checking D. D means what? Documentary evidence. Checking documentary evidence is a technique for vouching procedures. Verification is a substantive procedure. Checking documentary evidence and physical verification is a technique for verification procedure. Okay. So always remember procedure and techniques. Procedure is a big term. Often in the module and in the exam also they use similar, they use interchangeably, but always remember there's always a difference. Often they are interchangeably used, but they are different. This is the distinguish. So they can ask you in correct, incorrect, whether procedure and technique means the same. No, it is different. Okay. Now, this again we have done specific and overall assumptions. Assumptions are also called as assertions. If it is not written, please write the assertions. Okay. Now, for specific assertions, again you will refer audit of items of FS, verify. Valuation, existence, right, presentation, disclosure. Verify is a common code there. Okay. For specific. For overall, you will say the P&L is giving true and fair view of P&L. For balance sheet, you will say it was giving true and fair view of state of affairs. Okay. In case if you want to refer the descriptive answer, it is written on question 7, page 217. If you want to read the content, exactly the content is this only. Now, what are TOC? So now when you talk about TOC is compliance procedure. It is used to evaluate internal control system. Okay. Now what does TOC may include? If you remember automated environment, we did something called as ORA-II.
O, observation, re-performance, I, inspection, I, inquiry. Full Gajni. Short-term memory loss. FIFO basis you are following. First in, first out. See, so almost similar techniques we use for TOCs. We use inspection. So what do you inspect? You inspect documents. Inspection of documents, supporting transaction to gain evidence that ICS are operating properly. Inquiry and observation. Whether the internal control system which leave no audit trail. Trail means the series. So you check, you inquire and you observe. Re-performance. It includes performing the controls again, that's re-performance. Testing of internal controls, operating on specific computers application, test sometimes ICSK controls. So when the question came, it came for 4 mark. Explain TOC and what do they include? It includes O, Ray, I. Observation, re-performance, inspection, inquiry. One second. The iPad got disconnected. Just trying to connect it. Oops. Let it go. So all those essay ka part, we will the 54 questions. You will not do any questions from here. You will just do essay ka questions from essay ka part. 54 questions. No. Uh, did we do for all? Just read it once. Read it once. Okay. If there's any question or any concept, just message me. Okay. And because see, all the questions what are repeated on essays are only those 54 questions plus this time ka RTP and mock. So it comes for approximately 10 marks. It comes around approximately for 10 marks. So do that 54 questions very thoroughly, very thoroughly. Okay. And whatever we have marked, read it once. In case of any doubt, drop me a message. No, no. See, main book may say you will just read the content once of standards, whatever we have marked. Okay. But whatever you're mugging up, you're remembering is those 54 questions. Okay. Just because those 54 questions are very, very, very important, repetitive. No, no, circle ones were those which were linked with the essay wala part when we were studying. Like 54, you have to do everything because those are like past questions of standards. Like for example, if you're doing essay 501, so when we see 501, there are 3 questions on 501. So we have circled those 501 questions. Now when yeah, yeah. So do all those 54. Yeah. Don't skip any of this. Okay. So you will read this content from the book. I mean, from the main book. And if there's any doubt, just drop me a message. Cool. Then this chapter is also it's a very small chapter, basic chapter. More of it is on the accounting part. Like AS questions are there, true and fair views there, schedule 3. Okay.
So now we are starting with audit sampling. So what does audit sampling means? Sir, when you apply audit procedures to less than 100% of the items within a population, less than 100% of items within a population, such that all sampling units must have a chance of getting selection to give a conclusion on the entire population. Okay. What is less than 100% is your MCQ. What is anomaly? Sir, anomaly means a misstatement or deviation which is not representative of the misstatements or deviation in the population. Like for example, if I say there's a problem in insurance claim, but insurance claim has nothing to do with whatever data I'm selecting. It's a different kind of a thing. So which is not related to the population, it is called as anomaly. A misstatement or deviation which is not representing the population is something or the other thing. That's called anomaly. So definition only for the purpose of MCQ. Types. 2 types, statistical, non-statistical. When we use maths, this answer was your right when you wrote that test. Statistical, non-statistical. So when you use maths, it is called as statistical sampling. So when you use probability theory to evaluate sample, it is called as statistical sampling. So non-statistical sampling means you do not use the above characteristic. Like for example, there is no probability theory involved. It is called as non-statistical sampling. Like for example, I'm going haphazard, haywire, here and there. That's a non-statistical sampling. Okay. Now it is more scientific approach because it involves mathematical laws of probability in determining the appropriate sample size in varying circumstances. Okay. So you use maths, like for example, systematic sampling. No, you got it right. You got this right. I said this was right. Now, sampling risk and non-sampling risk. The risk which arises because of sample is called a sampling risk, which do not arise because of sample is called non-sampling risk. Like for example, I was supposed to do compliance procedure, I did substantive procedure. So it has nothing to do with the samples. Okay, I was supposed to check provision for bad debts and I was considering 10%, but management was considering 5%. So there was a mistake in the judgment which we took. So it has nothing to do with the sampling. That's non-sampling risk. Okay, sampling risk means it is a risk that the auditor conclusion based on sample may be different when it goes for detailed check. Maybe based on a sample may be different from the conclusions of the entire populations were audited. Now what are the two kinds of errors? So error 1, error 2, error 1, error 2. So this we have done very thoroughly, okay, if you remember. Error 1 we have TOC, that's test of controls, and TOD, test of details. Now my article says, sir, ICS is effective when in fact it was not. Internal control system, okay. Here, yes, you have to use the word error 1 and error 2 also, okay. That's the name of the error. In TOD, my article says, sir, all entries are passed correctly, there is no mistake when in case of test of details, MMS does not exist when in fact it does. So I will rely on my article, we will give a clean opinion. In fact, it was qualified or adverse. So I have given inappropriate audit opinion. It affects my audit effectiveness. Opposite, error 2. My article says the system is not proper, please you come. My article says tally is not proper, there's a mistake, you come. I went and I saw everything was proper. It resulted into additional work. It affects my audit efficiency. So this is MCQ, correct, incorrect, descriptive answer. As an auditor, you are interested more. See, we are interested in both error 1 and 2. But we are interested more in which error 1 or 2? We are interested in error 1 because it affects our opinion. Okay, error 1. Now, sir, non-sampling risk means which the auditor reaches an error in conclusions for any reason not related to sampling risk. Like judgments ho gaya, procedure selection ho gaya, application accounting policies ho gaya. Okay, all those are your non-sampling risk. Related to sample, sampling risk, not related to sample is non-sampling risk. So what are the methods of samples? Okay, so the first one is random. So in random also you will select randomly, but use random number tables. A sample is selected by using a random number tables or random number generators, which ensures that all items within a population stand on equal chance of selection. So in systematic may, like for example, we are selecting every 10th item, every 100th item. So the number of sampling units in the population is divided by the sample size to give a sampling interval like 10, 20, 30, 40. Haphazard में here and there samples are selected without following any structure techniques like first item, then 10th item, then 30th item, then 100th item, then 3rd item, anywhere. Subblock. So I divide as per some characteristics. So it involves selection of a block of contiguous item within the population. Like for example, data from Maharashtra, data from Gujarat, data from Calcutta. I divided that. Okay, then I select the data from that. Monitoring unit. I will check only those bills which are above 1 lakh rupees or which are above 5 lakh rupees. So it is a type of a value weighted selection in which sample size, selection and evaluation results in conclusion in the monetary amounts. So 5 methods are there. No extra points are given there. You can write this also, not required. You can just refer this. Okay. Then stratification. So again, it's an MCQ part. What does stratification means? When you divide the population into different parts, stratas. Like if I divide, like there are 1000 bills I have, I divide the bills as per monetary amounts or as per types of goods, category A, B, C, D. Like we divide the chapters A, B, C, D. Okay, like this is most important. This is, you can take an option. It is called as stratification. So tolerable misstatement. See, obviously when I check on sample basis, I can't get 100% conclusions. I can't get 100% things as correct. So I say 1 lakh ka difference here and there is acceptable to me. So that's my tolerable misstatement. In percentage form, if I say 5% ka difference upside downside, it is okay with me, it is acceptable to me. That's called tolerable rate of deviation. So this is amount wise, this is percentage wise. Divide the population is called as stratification. Okay. Now, sample design. So what sample should be used, like how you will select the item, maybe like bill wise, party wise, amount wise. That is called a sample design. So when you design a sample, the auditor should consider the purpose of audit procedure and the characteristics of population. Like for example, if I have to select number of students, so I can categorize as maybe like foundation ka student, inter ka, final ka. maybe group 1 ka, group 2 ka, law ka, audit ka. But that same thing I can't use it when I'm auditing hotel. So there has to be different ways. Like for example, I can do revenue as per, we can say as per type of the room. On a particular day we can select, bills above 5,000 we can check. So accordingly you have to change the sample design. Now selection of items. So you can't be biased. Make sure whatever samples you're selecting, like every item in the population should get a chance of selection. The auditor shall select a sample in such a way that each sampling unit, like every item in the population should have a chance of selection. Okay. So what is sample size? The auditor shall determine sample size in order to reduce sampling risk to an acceptable low level. Like 1 say 1000 or 1 say 10, 1 to 100 or 1 to 1000. What I have to select? That is called a sample size. Okay. Now, point number 7. If you don't read at this moment, that's absolutely okay. Refer, read performing audit procedure, nature, cause of deviation. Very rare this people ask in the exam. You can skip this answer. Your favorite answer? This is a horrible answer. Directly ratify, mug it up if you're not getting it. Factors affecting sample size. Okay. In case of TOC, see, just remember which is covering both. In case of test of controls, sir, what can affect my sample size? Increasing tolerable rate of deviations when I'm checking ICS. Sir, if my rate of deviation increases, I reduce my sample size 1 to 5. First I was 1 to 100 I was doing, now I am reducing it 1 to 5. So I reduce my sample size. Here also, increase in use of substantive procedures, I will reduce my sample size 1 to 10 or 1 to 100.
Tell me what it is. That I have to select, I have to decide. If my population is 1000, now what I do? So I will be checking every 100 item. Okay. So my 100 units is my size of the sample. Cool. Or maybe what I can do, I will check in multiples of 200. So 200 is my sample size. 200. So you will check, you will reduce it the sample, because I will check 1 to 50, more data, 51 to 100, 1012 to 150. Understood? Now, for example, if you say, sir, more problem is there, I will still reduce it. Sir, 1 to 25, maybe I'll check 26 to 50. So now let us assume in 1 to 100, maybe I will select 2 items. But if I reduce the sample size like 1 to 25, 26 to 50, 51 to 75, 76 to 100, I may select 4 items. Right? So my sample unit is selected more. So I will check more things. And my assurance will be more there. Okay. So my sample units have increased. Units. Size gets reduced. I select more samples. I'm checking more data now because I have a problem there. See, if everything is good, obviously we'll select less items. My sample size would be more. Yeah. My sample size would be more, no? If I'm saying my system is very good, okay. So in 1000, if 1000 bills are there, so I will divide 1 to 500, 501 to 1000. So I may select, let us do bill number 472 and 685. Done. So my sample size was big. Sample size was big now, 1 to 500 and 501 to 1000. My units are less, only 1 and 1. My items are only 2. But now I am saying, acha, there is a problem. System can't be relied. So what I will do? I will reduce the sample size. I will go with 1 to 100, 101 to 200, and so on. Now in 1 to 100, I will select, let us do 56, 57. Here 105, then 208, then maybe like 334. I will select those. So my sample size is reduced, but my units are getting increased. Okay, understood now?
So increase in tolerable rate of deviation, your sample size decreases. Here also increasing use of substantive procedures, your sample size decreases. Now, an increase in auditors an increase in auditor's assessment of controls. Now when I say, when I'm checking the controls, the auditor is saying, boss, there is a problem in the ICS. There's a problem in the ICS. So when system is wrong, I will increase or reduce, wrong. An increase in auditor's assessment of controls. When he's checking more controls, so he is relying on the system. When he's relying on the system, the sample size will increase. It will increase. Now third, increasing number of sampling units will have no effect on the sample size, because it has nothing to do with the sample size now. Sample size increases, decreases, it affects sampling units. But if you increase number of sampling units, it will not have an effect on the sample size. Like if I select 1 to 500, then I will select more sample units. Sorry, I will select less sample units. If I do 1 to 100, 1012, 200, 201 to 300, my sampling units will get increased. But vice versa will have no effect. Because of sample size, units gets affected. But because of units, size does not get affected. Okay. Fourth, increasing in expected rate of deviation. I am saying, acha, first my error was 10%. Now I am saying, acha, 20% I can bear it. So if I say 20% I can bear it, I will increase my sample size. Because I will bear more, na? So I'll bear more, so I'll keep a very wide variation, very wide range there. So this is exactly here same. This is exactly same here. Increasing number of sampling units, negligible effect. Now, doubt is there?
If sample units increases, won't sample size reduce? See, it doesn't matter, no? Now imagine, previously you had 500 and 1000. So you had A and B as sample size. So I selected one item from here, one item from here. My 2 units were there. Now I want to check more data. So I will check bill number 5 also. I may check bill number 13 also. I may check 135 also. I may check 180 also. My sample size is 500, 1 to 500, 50, 1 to 1000 only. No? It will not be affected. Understood? See, units, I am selecting it. Now, if I reduce, let us assume 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. Now, not necessary 1 unit. I may select 2 units also now. Every item should get a chance of selection. Now, here also maybe I will select 5, 10, 30. Here I'll select 105, 110, 115. Here 236, 252. So if I select more units also, it is not affecting my sample size. Mark it up if you don't understand this. Mark it up. Increasing number of sampling units in both the cases will have negligible effect on the sample size. Okay. Now, same point. An increase in auditor's assessment of wrong, your sample size increases. When you increase in the tolerable rate of misstatement, okay. Now I am saying, but I can't tolerate much errors, so my sample size decreases. So this is decreases, this is increases, negligible effect. This is increases, this is decreases. Okay, so this they can ask you maybe in MCQ or correct. Then 2 questions from the ISM for the correct incorrect, and 1 question from the multi. Important answers on this is sampling error and types of sampling. Sorry, sampling risk and types of sampling. Cool. 1 more chapter.
So risk assessment and internal controls, you should do this chapter at the last, because it is little technical. It's basically the big brother of your EIS subject. Okay, no, not brother, I would say one of the son of EIS chapter, EIS subject. So my first question says, what are the inherent limitations of ICS? What are the inherent limitations of ICS? See, we have done inherent limitations of audit. The code was FATO, nature of financial reporting, audit procedures, timeliness, and other factors. Here we are talking about inherent limitation of ICS. See, if I have a system, but the system is man-made, but it will not be able to detect everything. Some or the other thing would be left out, right? Maybe management do not want to have a control. Maybe they have established a control, but they are only abusing it. Like if I have CCTV at my cabin, I ask my manager to switch off the CCTV. Let's do the cash counting. So we are only doing the fraud. So that is basically inherent limitation of ICS. So some of the inherent limitations of ICS are as follows. Some controls do not tend to be directed at transactions of unusual nature. Like for example, related party transaction. It can never be detected by any internal control system. Potential for human error. There's quite possible, like tally mein when you type entry, in Excel when you type entry, like any zero may be left out. The possibility of circumventions of control through complexity, this is complexity, with parties outside the entity or with employees of the entity. Like circumvention means like you are compromising the controls. If you are my accountant, okay, you have the password of tally and you gave that password to everybody. So I relied on you, system relied on you, but you have done that fraud. Then that can never be detected. The possibility of a person responsible for exercising control and abusing the authority. If I am handling the inventory, I am receiving the inventory, I am issuing the inventory, I am maintaining the books also. Obviously, I will abuse my authority. Like in COVID, like people did with that remdesivir injection. Okay. Manipulations by the management with respect to the transactions. The senior management is doing the fraud. Compliances with procedure may deteriorate because of procedures becoming inadequate due to change in the conditions. Like for example, if there are certain process which you follow from long time, like but now we have shifted to SAP. Now SAP mein tally ka use is not there, Excel ka use is not there, SAP is a different software completely. So all these are inherent limitation of ICS. Okay, first question. Don't get confused. Generally ICA do not ask this, they can ask you this in MCQ. ICA asks that question, inherent limitation of audit. Okay. Number 2. Define ICS and its objective. So you say ICS system which is set up by the management to ensure $. $. ka answer, where will you get it? You will get it in your favorite chapter, automated environment. Detection and prevention of frauds, then operations, efficiency of operations. L is compliance of laws and regulations. A is safeguarding of assets, and RE is reliability of financial transactions. Reliability of financial transactions. $. My exam, I remember. Boost is the secret of my energy. Please revise again and again. Now, next, what are the techniques to evaluate ICS? Can you tell me what are the techniques
for obtaining audit evidence? For ICS, this is clear. Now, when they ask you what are techniques to evaluate ICS, there are 4 techniques: narrative records, checklist, questionnaire, flowchart. So these are 4 techniques. So when I say narrative record, it's basically a brief description of the control system. Like every company has a proper ICS. They will write the end. It's a procedural manual. Like when you go in flight, they have the procedural manual. Same way when you go to the client place, they have the procedural manual. So when I read that, it is called as narrative record. Checklist. It refers to a series of instructions or questions which a member of the engagement team must follow or answer. So where everything is correct. No, I spoke about the flight ka thing. That was an automated environment, DAPA. That was an automated environment. Data center network operations. A was XX security, P was program change, and A was system acquisition. DAPA. There it was. It looks like similar 4 points were there, but it was an automated environment. Yeah. So there are 4 techniques for the evaluation of ICS.
records, checklist, questionnaire, flowcharts. So what are narrative records? So narrative records is basically a brief description of the company ka system. Like if I have to install a laptop, so they have their procedural manual, right? We do not read, but there's a procedural manual. When you go to buy a flight, they have their procedural manual, how to open the emergency gate and everything. No one reads that. Same way, every company will have their ICS. So when you read that paper, it is called as a narrative record. It is a complete and exhaustive description of the system. It is used when no formal system is in operation and would be more suited to small business. So when you read those instructions, it is called as narrative record. I, as a boss, give certain instructions to my articles. Check inventory, check the fixed asset also, check accounting entries also, check the depreciation. So those things are called as checklist. It refers to a series of instructions or questions which a member of the engagement team must follow or answer. So as a boss, I will give it to my people, my team, they will answer. When we ask few questions to the client, those are called as questionnaire. It has three possible outcomes: yes, no, not applicable. It refers to a series of questions regarding ICS which is asked by the auditor to the management. The answers to the questions are yes, no, not applicable. Flowchart. It is basically a graphic presentation of each part of the company system's internal control, like start, clear all working location, left, right, left, right, left, right, print, stop. Okay. Same way if there are expenses. So if there are just check the expense, revenue, capital. So revenue is there, above 5 lakhs, below 5 lakhs. Above 5 lakhs, Mr. A will sign, below 5 Mr. B will sign. Capital mein above 50 lakhs, below 50 lakhs. Above 50, Mr. C will sign, then Mr. D will sign. So all those are your flowchart techniques. So 4 techniques: narrative records, checklist, questionnaire, flowchart. If you want more detailed description, you can refer this page number. Okay. But here you can answer at least your MCQs. The page number is referred, it is 10.4, page number 294, okay. Now, what is examination in depth, auditing in depth, walkthrough, test? This is walkthrough, test. Now, see, as an auditor, I don't do detail auditing. I do sample based audit. 10, 15, 20, 25 bill or bill above 1 lakh rupees. But like 1 or 2 transaction, I will check everything in deep. Okay. So it says, like for example, raw material cost, purchase cost, manufacturing cost, packaging cost, finishing cost, transportation cost, delivery cost, and then profit margin. So there are so many elements involved. So as an auditor, I check each and everything. It implies the examination of a few selected transaction from beginning to end through the entire flow of transaction. It is called as what? Walkthrough, test, examination in depth, auditing in depth. This examination consists of studying the recording of transaction at the various stages through which they have passed, like purchase, production, designing, fabrication, whatever it is. At each stage, you will check all the records and authorities are examined. It is also judged whether the person who has exercised the authority. For example, a purchase of goods may commence when a pre-order level has reached. Now, when you're talking about purchases, so you have purchased, agreed, there's a bill. But I will check certain other things also. Like when you have purchases, you must have got a request from a production department. So production department must have requested because they have reached the reorder level. So I'll check reorder level, then PO, then purchase. You must have invited quotations. I'll check those quotations also. So you check each and everything. It is called examination in depth. So steps, you can, if you can remember, you can do it, or else you can skip steps. Okay, don't do steps. Then, what is internal check? Sir, it is basically a check of employee, where work of one employee is checked by the another, where work of one employee is checked by the another. It is a part of internal control system. It means a check on employee, where work of one employee is checked by another. It happens during the transaction. Like if you have been to Asiatic Alpha, no, you've never been, I know. So what happens is, like if I go and purchase Satyam collection, we have discussed when we were studying Premsons, yeah, Premsons, same. So that is basically ICS. That is basically internal check, where the work of one employee is checked by the another. Like if I go to normal shop, if I have to buy a greeting card, I'll select a greeting card, pay 100 rupees to him and move. But in Premsons, okay, or Asiatic, Satyam collections, this is not the case. You will go to Mr. A, he will give you a greeting card. You will go to Mr. B, he will give you the envelope for that. Then you go to Mr. C, he will give you a bill. You go to Mr. D, he will take the cash. Mr. E will give you the delivery. Segregation of duties, no. It operates continuously as a part of the routine system. Like every day this happens. Okay. So I have given read internal control questionnaire. Till now they have never asked. In case if they ask, how would you draw internal control questionnaire? So this is basically particulars. Questionnaire has 3 possible outcome: yes, no, not applicable. Right? Like for example, inventory. For inventory, I'm drawing one questionnaire. So what is questionnaire? The auditor will ask you questions to the management. Whether there is a physical system for verification, question mark. Don't fill this, okay? Don't fill yes or not applicable. Is there a billing system for inventory, question mark. Is there a register for inventory? So like this 5 question, anything you can write, yes, no, not applicable. Till now they have never asked a questionnaire. I have given a format in the book in case if you want to refer, but they have never asked in the exam. Now write a short note on knowledge of client business. So again you will write as per SA 315, identify assessing ROM through understanding the entity and its environment. Information can be obtained. How can you obtain? You can obtain by this way. So the best thing is, if you want to understand the business, discuss with the client. You can read client ka policy and procedural manual. You can check annual report of given to the shareholders. You can read the minutes of the shareholder committee, board of director committee. You can check any internal financial control management reports. You can check last recorded working papers, any journal, magazine like Vijay Mallya. I think if you want to understand Vijay Mallya business, everything is there on the news. Or the best thing is you visit to the client's premises. So how do you obtain? By reading this. Okay. Now, then there's a common answer for internal check system, manufacturing concern, amusement park, superstore. The answer was Chandu ke chacha wala answer. So we'll read it once. So they can ask you anything. Draft an internal control system for an amusement park. Draft an internal control system for a manufacturing company, for a hotel. So the best part is you write this common answer. चंदू के चाचा ने चंदू की चाची को देखते देखते सबके सामने आके भगाया. Pages 303. Okay. Sir, there should be no individual control over one transaction. The person having custody of asset and the BOA should be different. More attention should be given to cash transaction by having automatic cash register, like in MACD, in Burger King, we have those automatic cash registers. Employees should be encouraged to go on leave at least once a day, like chutti, they should be sent so that we can detect any fraud happening in their absence. Duty should be changed without prior notice. Duty should be divided properly. Stock valuation should be done by the people of different departments. Assets should be safeguarded by conducting physical verification. Accounting procedure should be followed. Budget should be properly followed. If they ask you on amusement park, hotel, mega store, anything, write Chandu ke chacha only. In draft internal control system, internal check system, same answer. Okay. Then this we have done in automated environment also. Components of ICS. Control environment. People are stealing stuff. Risk assessment. I install CCTV. Control activities. My staff would be communicating to me, information communication. I would be watching in my mobile, monitoring. These are the components of ICS. Okay. Same answer. So when you're drafting an internal control system, always remember 5 things should be there. This was asked twice in the exam. Headings are important. Okay. Because of automated environment also in this chapter also. Explain audit risk. One second.
Tell me. See, I think in automated they have given one line description. In automated, here they have not given. Here in automated they have given. So right from the automated, just one line. No, there is in the heading. I think. One second, I just open automated. Much clearer. Automated. Where did we do this question? This we did in automated only. You will ask me this out also. This we have done it somewhere. I don't remember it. Factors to be considered for framing internal control system. I think in finals we do this. Yeah, in finals. This is in finals. Here, if you open the book, I'll show you. Yeah. This is answer. Page 301. It says the division of internal control into 5 components provides a useful framework for auditors' comment. So the division of ICS into 5 components provides, you copy the question. So they have just copied the headings only. Control environment, that's classroom. Entities wrap, stealing is going on. Yeah, I'll just write it. Control activities, that's basically your CCTV. Staff will communicate, that's information system including graded business process, and monitoring. So I'll watch it on mobile. Okay. Page 301, question number 8.
Question 8, page 301. Control environment is my classroom, like where I'm working. That is control environment. Control activities is like when I saw there's a risk, I installed something. The action which I took is called as control activities. Now, explain audit risk. MCQ, very big MCQ. Sir, you can't detect audit risk to 0, right? You cannot make audit risk to 0. You can reduce it to an acceptable low level. So audit risk is a risk that gives an auditor inappropriate audit opinion on the basis of financial statement which is materially misstated. So you give a wrong opinion, that is called as audit risk. There are 3 components of audit risk. Okay, what are the 3 components? Sir, CID, control, inherent, detection. When we talk about inherent, that means we do not have any system. Small shopkeeper, there is no proper system. It will bound to happen. It is a risk that a material misstatement that will occur will not be prevented, detected, corrected on timely basis by any internal entity ka internal control. One second, no, this is wrong. This is inherent का answer. This is control का answer. It says the susceptibility of the subject matter information to a material misstatement, assuming that there are no related internal controls. There is no ICS only. It is called as inherent risk. Small shopkeeper. In a small shop, there is no ICS. So anything and everything would be there. You may lose it, right? That is inherent risk. So in control risk, what happens? I have an ICS, like my CCTV is there, my watchman is there, my security guard is there, but he is unable to detect it. The susceptibility of the subject matter information to a material misstatement, assuming that there are no internal controls. One second. You can write the susceptibility of the subject matter information. So I write there. The susceptibility of the subject matter information of not detecting a material misstatement, assuming that there are no internal controls. Okay, of not detecting material misstatement, assuming that there are no internal controls, it is inherent risk. In control risk, I have a CCTV, I have a security guard, I have a system, but it will not prevent, detect or correct on timely basis by the entity internal control. That means the controls are there, but those are defective. In inherent mein what happens? There is no system. Control mein there is a system, but it is unable to detect it. So detection risk. Even if I apply everything, detail check, sample check, some or the other thing would be left out. The risk that the practitioner will not detect a material misstatement that exists. Like all my procedure, if I apply, it will not be able to detect. It is called as detection risk. Inherent mein there is no ICS. Control mein there is ICS. Detection mein, if the auditor applies all the procedures, still he will not be able to detect it. It is called as detection risk. Okay. Now, assessment. If my inherent risk increases, like one chocolate is gone, I will not be able to detect it. Out of 100, if one chocolate is gone, I will not be able to detect it. That means my detection ka risk reduces. If 2, if 5, if 10, like for example, if 10 have gone, someone has told 10 chocolates, or maybe like 40 chocolates on 100, I will be able to see that. If I will be able to see that, my detection ka risk will reduce. Control system, 100 phones were kept, one phone has gone, I may not be able to see that. But imagine if on 100, 40, 45 phones have gone, I will be able to see that. If I can see that, my detection ka risk will get reduced. That means my inherent and control increases, detection reduces. Inherent and control is inversely variable to detection risk. MCQ. In other words, IR plus CR is inversely related to detection risk. IR plus CR is inversely related to detection risk. Okay. Question 12 you can skip, not to study because it is not there in the model, it's only for the knowledge, auditing around the computer through the computer. 10 directly from the book, you need to mug it up, it's a direct technical answer. Cutoff procedure, I will explain you. What is cutoff procedure? See, generally 31st March is my year ending. I have made purchases on 28th March. So ideally inventory should be there in my godown. But if I take the delivery on 4th April, I am taking the delivery on 4th April. So inventory is not there. So my auditor said, sir, I went to check the inventory. You have purchased, the inventory should be there. Inventory is not there. That means you have done fraud. I have not done any fraud. It's just that I am taking the possession of the goods in the next year. So what will happen? Auditor will select a date, let us assume 5th April. This date is called as cutoff date. So all the transaction till 5th April will be assumed in the previous year, not in the new year. Imagine this is 22, 23, this is 23, 24. All the transactions will be assumed that they have happened in 22, 23 till 5th April. This date is not fixed, it is decided by the auditor, by his judgment, by his art. It varies from client to client. It is ideally the first week of April. It could be 3rd, 2nd, 4th, 5th, 6th, anything. Okay. Yeah. Done. Everything is done. Finish, over. So guys, everything is done from my end. I hope you have recalled the concept, recalled the content, what we did in the class. Love for Chennai batch. All those people who have studied through me in Chennai. All those people who have studied in Ahmedabad. All those people who have studied in Mumbai. And people who have studied from different parts of the country through video lectures, guys. And I hope you recall all the concepts, you clear, and let's bang on for 70 because we have to go to Taj. So Ahmedabad people, Chennai people, Mumbai people, and other people who have studied through video through me. Hope this video is useful for you. Please do share with your friends so that maximum people can get the benefit. Notes are already uploaded on the Google Drive link on the first lecture. You can download it and make sure you clear. And if you get 70, do inform me through Telegram, Instagram, WhatsApp, YouTube, anywhere. You can contact the number 844-844-8919 and make sure you clear in this attempt because abki baar, aakhri baar. One last time. Okay, I'll be launching a new batch for May 24, November 24 for CA final. In case if any one of your friends who want to attend it live, they can attend. It's face to face in Bombay, live at home the same time. Pen drive would be available after like 5-6 days, and then Google Drive would be available after 5-6 days. Pen drive would be available after like 50-60% of the content is done. You'll get 100% backup in case if you miss because of your articleship. One main book, one question book, one MCQ book will be provided. It's a handwritten book and it can be attended only after payment of fees. We are starting approximately around 18 September. That's tentative, 1 or 2 days here and there. 18 September 23 for May 24, November 24. In case if new syllabus is there, I'll be teaching from new syllabus perspective. In case the syllabus is not changed, I'll be teaching the syllabus what is there currently. So it's a batch for May 24, November 24. November 23, I have taken the latest batch. In case if you're appearing for November 23 or any of your friend is appearing for November 23, you can refer them. We are selling Google Drive links right now and same main book, question book, MCQ book. Okay. Let's say guys, hope you can clear it. God bless you. Take care. Show some love on the comment section. Bye. Take care. Thank you.